Alright, we're live! Hooray! Alright, let's see. Jesus Christ, what is going on with this chat? I should probably change the title for this, right? Let's try and do that. To my Discord. Alright, so I really gotta find out, like, something I want to learn is, because Lop has got me really, like, invested now. Lop has done some awesome renders of Robbie the Robot. Oh my god. So cute. I love it so much. I'm just sitting here looking at all my notes. What the hell? God damn. Holy shit, that monkey's dead. What the hell? That monkey is so fucking dead. What the hell? Hey, how's it going, kid? How have you failed me? That monkey is dead as hell. Sorry, I watched it. I'll share the video in Discord. I think it should be like this. Passing out. No, you didn't fail me. You're fine. Having a complete psychotic break. I need to make some kind of list. Okay, I understand the meaning. And the art. I think I have a bad week. Aw, I'm sorry to hear that. It's okay to have a bad week. Here's the thumbnails you missed out on, right? So you definitely kind of missed out on the other aspect of thumbnails, right? Which I did a lot of value thumbnails, right? And it doesn't change, right? The only difference between, like, let's say, yes, I'm just on this layer. This thumbnail and this thumbnail is that the shapes are different, right? If you're someone who's used to, like, drawing in graphite, right? And, like, shading in graphite, I believe that the one on the left is much easier, right? Because that's what this is, right? It's the same thing. What do you mean? Because of the backgrounds? You can come in here and you can do a background also. Let's do maybe like some ancient ruins. So these are like massive steps, right? And so we can add some cracks in the stone to add some perspective. maybe we do some of this. Right, we have it continue upwards. And then we can put in the background some sort of like pillars. I think pillars are usually something you see a lot in like ancient temples. It just tends to be one of those things that people like to show. Right? Ruins tend to have lots of rubble and structures and like cracks and rocks. So you can do that by just making a cube, and instead of drawing the last corner, you just draw like some dotted lines or whatever to imply that this side is not like the perfect. And then you can put like maybe some vines or something coming through. You can imply that they're vines by doing a little bit of like leaves. Maybe put some shaggy masses coming off the side. In our brain, we're just thinking about what it is, right? Because the thumbnail is just for us. The thumbnail is just for us. Unless you're working at a company, you don't have to do anything with stuff like that. Like details and things. You just have to be like, okay, I understand that this shape stands for this. Maybe we draw a crack around the pillar to give some depth to it. So we're using lines and we're thinking of like what these things cause, right? This crack is going to have a spot, so it's going to have a lot more ambient occlusion, so I can make that spot a little darker, things around it darker, right? And what it's doing is it's giving us some like shape. It's the contour lines we're doing, right? I could draw this all the way around the cube on the cylinder, but that's not going to be as conducive, right? How can I transform these contour lines into something that's going to give context, right? So we can wrap the line around like this, right? That still gives us that kind of depth of shape because we have it changing, and we're just adding some texture to the line to make it look like a crack, right? You want to make it look like it connects. Maybe we add some shading to the bottom of this so we know it's the bottom. And then in the background, we can have like some mountains. Make them fuzzy because they got trees and shit. Add some like texture lines and stuff like that. Personally, I think it's harder to do lines instead of just shapes, right? Because you can convey a lot with a shape and a color, right? As you can see here, this is like what? 1, 2, 3 shapes. And we know everything else in the small, we ignore the detail, right? Everything else is detail, right? So I can make 3 brush strokes and I was like, bam, I have an idea. I have this Rorschach test of what I want to put in, right? With lines, oftentimes you have to be thinking a lot more about specifically what is the shape from the very beginning to be able to give it like depth and think about how the shape is going to form in perspective and everything. It's a lot harder to get away with draw a thing, right? And then turn it into like some Mayan temple. So let's try to do that. Have like an Olmec head or something. Dilapidated structure. Maybe we have some plants and vines or whatever. This could be a big crack that becomes the head crown shape, right? And it's fallen off in disrepair. There's a huge crack coming through here. The other eye was here. Plants are growing everywhere on it. We want vines also. Let's draw some vines that are going to come off and around. Right? Maybe we have some birds. Birds are a good way to show that something is in the wild, in the nature, right? And their birds are simple, right? You just kind of have to imply that there's something that looks kind of organic. Same thing with monkeys. We can put like a monkey here. Monkey, we get a round shape, get a round back, and we give it a tail. You can probably give it a face. It's so small, you probably don't need to do that. Just give it something to stand out so that you know that this shape is part of this shape instead of the rest of the shapes. Am I not? Is it not showing through? Oh, it's too small, see? So that's what I mean. I'm very practiced at this point, right? And there's still things that I want to improve on. Just because it looks easy to you doesn't mean I'm not thinking a lot. I talk to myself a lot when I do it. You make it look so easy. Oh, post thumbnail. That's because it's much easier to draw what you're doing when you have a map, right? So the thumbnail is your map. So if you look at the project that we have so far, Bumble, we want to break this down into simple steps, right? So before any of this stuff, right, we have the thumbnail that we just made really big, right? Right, we just make it really big and we start playing around with it, right? We were already interested in this idea, so it's easier to kind of just do, right? And so we start with, okay, well, I don't like the shape of this cloud. I started to draw the cloud over it, right? Because I really like this one cloud that I have, but it doesn't look great with this background. So we added a background so you could see that. Now we need to bring in the ground again. So the ground comes in and it's just like this green shape. And I know it's going to be this because of color theory. That's a separate thing completely, right? For greens, you never want to do green. You want to do like blue-green or yellow-green, right? For forests, right? Because our view of nature, right? Our understanding of the color green is so much to do with the context of other stuff that we never see like real green in nature. So it's really just like, you got to be able to think about, is this green in shadow? Is this green in light, right? Once you have the shadow color, computers make it really easy with blend layers, right? So all I did was I did an add glow layer and I used a brown color to get this shading light. So if I turn this off and oopsies, Control Z that, and I make this where is it? Unclip, we have this color. And if we turn this from glow to normal, it looks like this color. So because of the way that glow works, right? There was a way to do this, right? So what it does is think of RGB, right? The 255, 255, 255, all that whatever, right? That gives you pure white. What glow does to a layer is that it takes whatever color is beneath it and it takes whatever color you're adding to it and it takes the RGB values and it literally just adds them. Yeah, this is all from just yesterday. This is from on live on stream, right? And so once they clip, so once we change it from normal to glow, what's going to happen is it's going to add the color from the top to the color from the bottom. So you will always get something brighter, right? It's really easy to blow out the color because a lot of people, I'm going to add glow and I'm going to add something super, oh shit, what did I touch something? I don't want to do that. It's super easy to add something that's going to, what's it called? Blow out the color straight to pure white, because people will be like, I'm going to take this color that's like a mid-tone, right? That's like right here in the color wheel. Or I'm going to take this color that's up here in the color wheel, and I'm going to add this color that's way up here to the color wheel on top of it. And the add glow, it just makes something that's too bright. It just goes to white immediately. There's nothing you can do, right? You got to understand that add glow is literally adding the two numbers together. So you're just going to get white if you just go really high. So you start with a really dark color. This one is, yeah, down here in the bottom third, right? And I take this other color, which is also pretty much here in the bottom third, right? And then when you add them together on an add layer, you get this color. But add glow does something a little bit different. Or does it? I think it's supposed to add like a fudge around it. I think add glow helps a little bit more with, you know, now that I think about it, I don't know what the difference between add and add glow is. They functionally are similar. I gotta assume that glow does some sort of a shift so that when you're adding to a layer that's already very bright, it's going to be different. Oh, that does remind me. I need to move this. That's the alert box. I don't want to move that. I want to move my music down to here. Center horizontally. Sorry, centered. Nice. Is that shade? Yes. So what I've done is I've done the reverse Uno card, right? I started with the mid-tone and I added the color on top, but it'd be weird to just have the color to just paint over it, right? So the plan is to take the character, have them, oops, you're still saving. 1 second. I started with the shade color and I added light. Sometimes it's easier to start with a darker color and add light to it, right? If this will ever actually save, we'll be able to do something. So, oh, right, sorry, that's the different one. It's because I was moving stuff around. I think Maho should be fine up there. Shouldn't get in the way of stuff. Okay, we're back here. I was just moving that for later. Okay, we're back. I didn't do anything, doesn't matter. So this is the shade color, right? Here in the middle. And that's the base color that I added, remember? That's this base color for the grass. And so I added light to it. I added a warmer color. So this is a very cool green color, right? So it's really closer to, like, what's it called? It's on the color wheel, you can see it's closer to blue than it is to like dead center green. And the color that I add on top, if we take it off of add to normal, we'll see that it's basically orange, right? Hey, nice. You can see it on YouTube. I can see you. So sometimes it's easier to add to that. I wonder what color dodge is going to do. You could get like a very simple shade like that, but it doesn't really pop the same way. We lose a lot of saturation doing this. This would work as well. Color dodge works fine, right? If I remember correctly, what color dodge does is it finds the difference between the two values and adds it to the original value. I can't remember exactly. But that would work also, but we want something that's going to pop a lot more. It's going to make the character really just kind of come out of screen. And so we add Bumble, right? And Bumble is going to have their, they're going to have the light kind of hit them on the shoulder here. Why am I not drawing? Because I'm on the wrong layer. I'm going to hit it on the shoulder here, and then we're going to like trace across over the hand maybe, and then down here. And so we're going to have a shadow that's going to come across here. So we have this difference in light. So that's the plan, Stan, for the moment. But I got here because I had a map. I knew the idea of what I was going for, right? Each of these steps happened incrementally, one at a time. They didn't just like, oh, I'm gonna draw everything out of my brain immediately, blah, 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 right? That reminds me, I need to adjust this. I'm just gonna do archetype stuff. I should probably update the YouTube one as well. So the trick is try to not get overwhelmed by taking everything piecemeal. How far did you get on your thumbnails? Oh, nice. How's it going, Roll? Did I leave for the store? What? I didn't leave for the store. I'm right here. What? What? Huh? Huh? What? What's going on? Hey, Roll. How's it going? Welcome, welcome. I was just explaining to Kit kind of the process. Yeah, your thumbnails. How did they go? Did you finish them? How many did you do? I try to get between 3 and 10, right? I think that's a good number. It's kind of arbitrary, right? 2? That's still good. You should try doing another one while you're sitting here watching, right? Get a little bit of drawing while someone else is drawing, right? It'll do you good. I am on the wrong key group. So we still need to add the lighting to the cloud. We also still need to add the other stuff. So I'm going to have, I'm going to try to grab my reference onto here. The one on the left are the goats. Right ones are not quark. Few foods where less fat is better. Huh, interesting. What was I doing? I was doing the cloud. Where's that cloud picture? There it is. So these are the clouds that were playing for me. Hey, how's it going? Hey, Nika Dev. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for the follow. Going to do full background for all the archive stuff? I don't know. It depends on how I feel. We're definitely gonna do the coloring today because that's easiest for me, I think. So what I'm going to try to do is I want to get better at backgrounds. I want to get better at finishing pieces fast. So ArtFight is definitely one of those things that's going to help me. So at the moment, let me get rid of the ground so it's easier to see what I'm working with here. Uh-oh, it looks like I got into the character, so there's definitely spaces. Okay, cool. That makes this easier to erase stuff, actually. I didn't see this. I should not get in here and be doing these things. This character has a solved line art already, but here I am. Doing what I should not. Alas, that is the case. This felt faster. If it's just from yesterday. It is. Hey, thanks Sharma, thank you for the subscription. I don't know when I'm gonna post YouTube videos. I'll probably post YouTube videos at some point, but mostly it's just gonna be the lives for a while. I still have to post the Mecha Cat. I haven't posted the Mecha Cat. I'm gonna lose my mind. Oh, Jesus Christ. But yeah. So this has been going faster, and it's because I kind of I did this the thumbnail that did like a background, right? And so I thought of the background a lot. Ooh, what the hell? Yeah, subscribe. I need to put something for subscribers because apparently that's different. Interesting. Okay. But yeah, we are going to try to get the flats in at least, and see what I can do about the shapes. Because I should not be this close. I'm too close to the canvas. Everyone here can see that I'm too close to the canvas. There's nothing here to solve anymore. The line art was finished last time. I don't know why I'm in here. My brain is quite literally just not letting me do the thing that I want to do. That's okay. There's a couple of things that I really want to fix. I'm just thinking about how we can differentiate the shapes here, because the hand is a black carapace sort of thing. So I'm thinking about the volumes and where I can put the lines to sort of signify differences. Yes, yes, yes. Thank you for the subscription. For me, it's easier to do shape carving. I think it basically is very similar to doing some like 3D modeling. If you are in the right headspace for it, I think that it's pretty easy to do. But that's just me. It's because I'm thinking about problem solving about what does look more and less like a thing. And I have a ton of experience looking at things. So I'm relying a lot on my memory. It is something if you watch shit, what's his name? Guy with the Sky Striker, You Like Kids. What the hell? That's not cool, man. I'm gonna have to time you out if you keep talking like that. You can't do that. That's real not cool. Absolutely not. Not in my chat. Mm-hmm. What was I talking about? I was talking about shape carving, right? So the thing about the shape carving, right, is because we're looking at, think of, what's it called? You're drawing a cube, right? And if the cube is like this, you're drawing it with lines and you're thinking of the bounds like whatever. But if you just block out a cube shape, right? Then it doesn't really matter what you go from here. Like I can just make this side a little bit thicker, right? And then if I use a slightly darker color, or like lower the opacity slightly. We can get some 3D forms. And now we're just thinking about how can we make this good? Right? We're carving away the stuff that doesn't fit. A lot like sculpting, you're just taking away the stuff that you don't want to see. That's fair. But you don't get there by not drawing or giving up, right? You draw until you're done, you get your quota, and then you're like, I can hate this. And we try again tomorrow. Or whatever inspiration hits us. It's important to strike when the iron is hot. That is the most important thing about learning any skill. If you feel motivated to do something, do it right then. Don't wait for another reason, right? If you like, one no? What? I do? What's wrong? What happened? Motivation is getting to me. Yeah, good time to start. Draw another thumbnail, just like the ones you saw me do, right? If you're more comfortable drawing loose shapes or whatever, do that. Otherwise, the shape carving is literally just this, right? All you're doing is drawing a cube, right? And to the second, this is a 3-point cube, right? So we have 3 different shade values, right? With Bumble over here, I'm doing a 2-part cube in the sense that if we just draw a box shape, right? I'm going to get rid of everything here that doesn't make me feel like I'm drawing a cube, right? So what I do, obviously it can be really weird to draw that because you can't see any borders or edges, right? So we start by getting rid of what is the darkest side. This side, cool. Everything else needs to be less dark. And we only have 2 types of dark. We have dark or we have light. So we get rid of anything that's going to get in the way of our shape. Right? 'Cause, 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 even just doing these two things has already helped us solidify the foundation of where the light is coming from, right? If you want to count this as a value study, that's fine. This is way more shape carving, but it doesn't matter, right? All that matters is you're looking at form. And in this case, we're using a two-tone to look at form. So our form is going to be wherever it's darkest is where we're going to have light. Secondarily, we're going to have lines, quote unquote, wherever we need to show some sort of a change in plane, right? So here we have our light source on the this side somewhere, right? Oopsies. And then anywhere there's a change in plane, we're gonna have a change in texture, in like line, right? So if you think shape carving would be easier, give it a shot. If you think shapes like this is easier, right? Because there's a lot you can fix on, right? The main thing with this kind of shape carving, I feel that makes it easier for me, is that I can fix stuff a lot easier than I can with lines, right? If I try to draw a cube and I have to get the lines right? Now all of a sudden, I have to retry the line. So for example, if I draw the same cube over here, I have to redo that line all over again every time I want to try again. And we're still using the same like plane chains, right? We're still using the same, what's it called? Every time there's a plane change, we draw a line. It's almost the exact same thing. I made it too thin. Cool, we have to undo a lot of stuff. Might have made it a bit too tall also. But you see how drawing the same cube, it doesn't look as good and it took a lot harder, right? How do you apply that? What do you mean by how do you apply that? The shape carving or the line drawing? So we still have to come in here and erase the lines that we don't like. If we're talking about trying to make a finished product, which you shouldn't be going for in a thumbnail, right? You shouldn't be trying to get a finished product in a thumbnail. But, right? I think it's easier to push and pull light and shadow when you're doing this. How do you apply it? Okay, give me something to apply, because right here, Bumble is an example of how to apply that shape carving, right? For example, I want to change this part right here because I want this to have more darkness than the rest of it. So I want this crease in the clothing to show that there's a bump there. So I'm coming in here where it's the darkest and I'm adding the value, right? So right there, that's where light's not hitting it, right? Right here, there's a plane change, right? Right here, there's a plane change. We can even do a little bit of where the light's not hitting it by having this come down here, and then it's a little darker there, right? Same thing here, plane change. Down here, we have plane change because the wrinkle is, this side is coming up, right? And so we're creating this crease angle like that, but like around. So we have the shape coming through, right? Between erasing lines and drawing new lines. There isn't a ton, right? Mostly it's just like drawing a new line, you're just doing the pull, right? Erasing it, you're just kind of erasing the tips, right? The goal is kind of like a reset, I guess, as opposed to like if I draw two lines here, or I redo this one and draw two lines to get to this one, and I erase the one that I don't like. There's not really much of a difference, I'd say. I don't know, it's hard to like have a metric for what you're asking here, because they kind of solve the same problem, right? The difference is that oftentimes people will try to erase a line that they should just do again, right? So if I'm trying to draw a monkey, right? So let's just draw a quick little monkey head here, as soon as my computer will let me. So we draw a little monkey head right here. I think these are golden tamarins, golden king tamarins that I'm drawing. I'm not sure. Right? Give him his little ears. So if I'm drawing this little monkey guy, right? What reference? What do you mean? You should use reference if it matters to you, right? If the accuracy matters to you. Right now I'm drawing like a little monkey head. I remember seeing them at the zoo one time. No, I don't need. We're not worried about that, right? We're worried about making aesthetic shapes, right? We're worried about making lines and curves that are appealing, right? You don't need reference to make something appealing, right? You just need some understanding of what shapes look good, and that's kind of just like time, practice, but also trust yourself, right? You gotta trust yourself on what looks good, right? You gotta have that line confidence, because when people start coming in here and they're like, "Oh, I didn't like that line. I let me try over it a couple times," and they're drawing and they're like, here's the back of it, and they're doing all this stuff and lines and stuff and all that whatever, right? They're not thinking ahead, right? They're just kind of worried in the moment of what's gonna happen, right? And so you get lines that look like real sketchy and like this kind of stuff. And what happens there is that you stop thinking about shapes, right? You start thinking about line. The line has taken over your entire thought process there because you're worried about making the line look good, right? You should be focused on thinking, what shape do I need to do, right? What is the shape that I'm trying to do to convey the design of this monkey? I actually quite like that first line that I did. So what shape am I trying to do? Okay, I'm probably going to try to do a shape like this because I think that's a proportional size for the monkey, right? So I need to keep this shape, right? I'm thinking about the volume of the shape, right? Maybe how it curves, if there's like a secondary shape underneath here, right? So I'm thinking about how this volume is going to be curving. And while I do that, this is a very simple shape to think about, right? And so I'm going to think about that shape as I draw these lines. Right here, I didn't quite hit that same mark, right? I'm going to draw a little over. Undo, try again, because I'm going for the volume, right? I didn't draw all of it. That's fine. We continue on. How can I go from here to the next shape? How can I think about that curve that I was doing? Right? Do that. That's fine. Cool. So monkeys have shoulders. Let's go ahead and put some like little arms in here. So he might have his shoulder come up like this. And we're going to draw the shapes that are in front first. So when I'm thinking about drawing this monkey, I'm thinking about this volume, right, for the arm, this volume for the, like here, maybe this volume coming up here for the arm, because monkeys tend to have like longer arms proportionally. Okay, so I'm thinking about like these directions, right? And I'm going to draw the line over it, right? Bam. That's kind of the same length. That's kind of the same everything that I was doing. Okay, for the shoulder, we know we have this ball. So I know that this is going to come and curve down. That's kind of a hard shape to get all at the same time. I'm going to simplify things down for myself. I'm just going to draw where that armpit connects, right? Maybe I'll do like a little bit of a texture so that it looks like it has some ambient occlusion coming in. Then I'm going to draw a shape underneath, right? And then here we have this like weird shape going on, right? I could erase it. This is like more of an advanced thing. I want to push myself, right? I want to see this line that I don't like too much because I've put the muscle here that's supposed to be up here, right? This tricep is supposed to connect and then come down. Mammal anatomy is all fairly similar. I put it down here instead. So I've got kind of this inverse taper to this arm shape. How can I fix this, right? Well, monkeys tend to have a lot of fur. So maybe I'll just add like a couple of texture lines, right? And now this huge shape that I didn't like is part of this texture, right? So now this monkey has fur coming down, right? So I'm thinking about these lines not because I'm sketching out the outline, but because I'm thinking this line right here that I'm going to draw right now is a texture to try to fix the mistake that I just had, right? And we can continue that. More texture for the fur here, right? And then this next line that comes out, arm, cool. And I can think about this, right? Turn that whole thing into an ambient occlusion. And then maybe we start having the paw come out like this, right? Paw, and we can do some texture lines too, because they got furry arms. So that texture line is going to take over that that outline right there. Cool. So we tuck it back in here. Maybe the arm starts sweeping out, right? Let me give him some fingers. Thumb, right? And we can do the same on the other side. So we draw the shapes that are in front first. So instead of drawing the arm connect to the hand, because the hand is going to be closer to the camera than the arm, which is going to come up behind and up through the monkey, we want to draw the hand first. So let's think about the hand. The hand is going to have maybe this shape, right? The fingers are going to have maybe this shape, right? The fingers are in front of the hand, right? And then you have confident lines. You're still very conservative with how many you use. Exactly, right? The line confidence is not necessarily because I'm confident in the lines, right? It's because it did the job good enough to define the form, right? This didn't connect. It doesn't fucking matter. Quite frankly, it really doesn't matter that this line doesn't connect. It gives the impression of the form that I'm trying to give, right? So we draw some fingers, right? We keep in mind what is going to be in front, what's going to be in back. Maybe he has like a banana or something. So we can have him gripping here, and then up here comes this banana. Right? And so this is the other one. And then we can have the continuation of the banana come out over here. Right? That doesn't look perfect. It doesn't matter. It gets the job done. People know that that's a banana. People know that the monkey is holding the banana. It gives context for what that shape is, right? Very tasty banana, exactly. Forearm, we can maybe do something like this and then connect like that. That's good enough. That solves the point. This is the background. This is not important anymore, right? This is behind the main shape. This is the primary focus, right? This and this is the primary focus. I don't care what I do back here as long as it like gives a definition of what's coming on, right? So I can do texture for the shadow, right? And I can come in and do lines here, right? I can embolden lines because they're going to be in the shadow, right? Same thing with this one. Make this line bolder because it's darker in the shadow. Connect stuff like that. Bold this line maybe because it's in front of the line behind it, right? Ambient occlusion, all that junk. And then this monkey, if I give it like human ass legs and it was standing like this, that'd be really creepy. No one wants to see that. I don't want to see monkey with big ass human legs just kind of chilling, right? I would scream and run if I saw this monkey coming at me. Mm-hmm. Thicker area, and it's because these details don't matter. So I lump them all into this one shadow shape. Cool. Get rid of this fucking leg. But where is the buttocks for the monkey, right? Buttocks is going to be right here. And I need to find a way to make the legs fit, right? Tangent. You can do the art challenge again. Huh? Tangent? What tangents? Where's the tangent? So right here, we see that when I drew this forearm line, it crossed here. So we can just erase that a little bit. Maybe come in and sharpen this line. Where we finish a drawing, give us. I need a drawing. What? Oh, the one where you give me a shape and then I draw a thing, right? Yeah. Do that for sure. I want to add more texture to this arm because right now this section right here ended up being too much. I can erase this line. Or this section of the line. I didn't erase the entire line, right? I just kind of came in and erased the parts that weren't working, right? Erasing is not a bad thing to do, but you gotta be confident in what you're doing first, right? If you go in and you erase at every single opportunity, you're never gonna move forward, right? See if something works, then erase. Let me give us an incomplete tangent, then we finish it based on how we interpret it. That one's pretty good too. We could do that in the draw together stuff, right? So let's see. This monkey is crouched down, right? For the torso, I want it to have this kind of a shape where it's like bent over. So if that's the case, that means the pelvis is like this, which means the hips are facing forward, which means it could do this, right? But then the character is like it's toppled over. It doesn't make sense, right? Because there's too much weight here that's kind of like applying to this thing, right? It doesn't make sense for the back to be like curved in like this and then for the monkey to be leaning forward, right? It's gonna fall over, right? So what we can do instead is we can come in still with the space that we have, right? Because I don't want to erase this line and I don't want to erase this line and we have all this stuff going. What we can do is we can add some more weight to this section by putting the knee back here right? So the knee is back here now. Connects cleanly into this section. Forearm, right? Or not the forearm, the calf muscle. But the buttock comes in underneath here. Monkey legs are very much just like hands, but on the feet. So you can come in and add some shapes. These shapes don't matter too much, right? This is not necessarily the focus. You can come in and draw that shape for the monkey. And maybe we, instead of going all that, come a little tighter, right? No, I kind of like that. So we're doing a little bit imbalanced. So we just erase a bunch of lines, right? We could undo all the way back and redo that. That's fine. I'm going to take this back to the last time I felt it look balanced. I think that foot is a bit too small. So I like the buttock. It's in the right place. I think I want to take this and curve it a little bit more. And maybe we can put a stick here or something that they're going to wrap their little monkey hand on. Right? So now it looks like they are holding onto something. And then here we can grab the other leg. So we have that curve for the chest, bring it down for the torso. There's the pubic area. It's very important. People like to ignore the pubic area because it's, you know, considered uncouth, right? The hips are connecting down here. So let's go ahead and make that tangent, not tangent, but like ambient occlusion line. And then we can have the leg coming over here. Whatever. Draw some darker lines here so we have more increased shadow shape. We want more contrast in this area. Same thing down here. We want to just kind of assume this is all together in one shape. Simplify stuff. The knee would be here, so the calves are like this. And then the monkey leg comes out. Let's say there's another stick about here. Put a little leaf on it to give it some context. This time we're going to have the thumb gripping. And the other hands are going to come underneath. And then we have the rest of the tree branch or something. Remember, trees taper as they get to the back. So the farther back in the tree you get more tapering. So it gets bigger as it goes away, functionally, right? And then we can do like some shapes or something for the leaves. For the bush, the foliage, doesn't matter. Leaves can often be reduced down to texture. Average office job posture. Now he's rocking on stilts. Exactly. So we have the added benefit that we can make this look smaller because now it looks like it's in perspective. And let's not forget the tail. We love ourselves some monkeys that have tails, even though that we don't have some ourselves. So do that. Maybe a little texture on the tip of the tail. Lead it back in. You don't need to be perfect with this. Monkey tails tend to be the same length all the way through. You don't really have much of like a taper going on, so here's a good place to erase because I want this shape to be in front. Spider monkeys have more of a taper than most other monkeys, the difference being that they actually have like a finger at the tip of their tail, which is very upsetting. And here I'm just doing a bit of shape carving to get this line a little bit back into place, right? I'm not going to worry too much about that. Just kind of get these lines into place here. And we can have this come back across. Have some more foliage in the background here, right? We don't want to create tangents, so we want to make sure this shape is fully encompassed. And there you have a monkey. No, he's a tree branch. Tangents are, if I was to draw a tree right here, right? A leaf cluster right here, right? Because now these lines are basically touching each other. So a tangent in mathematics, right, is where you have a curve, and the tangent is the straight line that you can draw that touches that curve. Wow, I can't. It touches that curve, basically, right? And so this is a tangent, this is a tangent, this is a tangent. So when people use it in context with the tail, or not the tail, sorry. People use it in context of like, here you could maybe say this is a tangent, but I'm trying to emphasize the fact that it's hitting the back here and then coming here. So we have like this difference in like clear overlap, right? You avoid tangents by doing clear overlap. But when people are talking about like tangents in conversations, what they mean is this is the arc of the conversation, right? And you're like, oh wait, let's go this direction instead. And then someone else is like, okay, let's go this direction, right? Because it starts to curve off of itself, right? Tangents are kind of just like curves that are touching other curves. You should avoid them because they make it confusing as to what is in front and what is behind, right? How do we display like distance, right? How do we give the illusion of depth in drawing, right? We do that generally by providing clear intersection T-lines. We can also do it through color, value, size, scale, right? So if I draw this monument figure, right? This boulder. Right? I draw this boulder shape, and then I draw that same sort of shape here. Which one do you think is bigger? Which one is closer to the viewer? Probably this one, right? It's closer, it's more detailed, you can see more contrast in it. Exactly. Right? But if I was to have like, shit, I don't know. Maybe an arch shape, right? And this arch shape starts here behind this structure, and we can do that by having this point, right? Because this stands in front of that. And so we know that there is a continuation of this shape as long as that line continues through, because it started to go through here, right? And so this arch is going to come up, rock shape, and it's going to go clean through this one, right? And be in front of it. So if I erase the parts that are behind it, and we maybe add some like tables to like unify the height, right? Now it's like, you're not 100% sure. This one looks like it's in behind now, right? The scale of difference, the scale has changed, right? So because this is smaller than this one, we know that this one is just maybe like a replica that is really tiny, right? These tangent lines, or not tangent lines, sorry, these T lines have shown that this object here, this volume, is in front of this volume. And if this volume here has these T lines that show that it's in front of this volume, then we know that this volume is in front of this volume, right? Even though if at the beginning it looked a little bit odd because this was taller than this, right? So that's the second thing, right? Is that a lot of perspective stuff is going to help you make things be behind itself. So for example, if this is the horizon line here, we have this object that is closer because it is bigger, but also because it's lower, right? We would expect something that is closer to us, that is smaller, to be down here, right? Because this is on a different plane. Right, let's say this is the horizon here. So the vanishing point is there. This is going to be closer than, or this one is going to be closer because it's lower down. Does that make sense? There's a bunch of ways we can play around with like horizons and stuff. Shapes, volumes, T-lines, right? All these things. If we were instead to take this shape and we were to put it right here, It's very hard to tell which one's in front. And if I was to do that, if I was to make tangent hell, right? If I was to make a shape here, like a boulder that's going to come across, and I have this other shape here, right? It touches here, and it just kind of is balanced. All of a sudden, this drawing looks very flat, right? This drawing no longer looks like a depth perspective. It looks like someone's pulled open a drawer, right? And we have a bunch of shapes inside of this drawer. We're looking directly down into like... Monkey, no. I'm sorry. We're just like, yeah, we're looking down at a table or something, right? We're not looking at something with depth. Hey, how's it going, Sahil? Sorry, I missed you a second ago. But yeah, there's no longer any depth here. But if we start putting stuff behind other stuff, even though these shapes are very, oopsies. Even though these shapes are very, what's it called? Simple, they don't have too much of anything. I was to take this and move this back here. Let's arrange these a little bit better first. Let's move this here, right? Here, and why don't I grab this one and put this over here, like this. And then finally we can take this one here and then put it like here. Now we can start making some decisions, right? We can decide, I want this shape to be in the front of all of these. So I'll just erase the lines that cross, right? There's our T line. I want to get rid of these lines because that's a tangent and it makes it hard to see. And I want to connect this down here. And then I want to make this line in the front. And same thing with this. We'll erase this line. We'll add a little formation there. Right? And here we're going to add a little bit of shadow to show depth and like leaning and stuff like that. Mostly the ambient occlusion stuff. So all of a sudden now we have and even just like add something here, right? Now we have this idea of this one's going to look like this now because of the balance, right? That's part of just like making shapes that are interesting. Balanced shapes, stable shapes that look like they're not stable are very interesting. Can you please add a puddle? Yeah. So how would I differentiate in this line drawing what is a puddle and what is a rock, right? It's a very, very reasonable question to have. So we want to think about a flat plane, right? And then we want to think about how water works, right? When, hey, Sharma, didn't you already follow? Follow on, like, Blue Sky? Follow on Twitter? Next thing we want to do is we want to think about what context can we add to this two-dimensional shape that we've just added, right? Well, one thing we can do is water moves, right? Even in a small container, when wind blows over it, we see ripple effects happening. These ripples are the most prominent when they create, what's it called? Standing waves. So a standing wave is whenever you have two waves coming through, right? right? That's not the best example. Right? What happens is the parts where they add up get much bigger, right? So you'll see this all the time in puddles. Also the ocean and stuff like that is you'll have like ripples towards the edges. We want to add these kind of sparingly, right? Too much and it kind of takes away from the effect. Now, if we're doing this just bilinear as like, yeah, constructive interference is the opposite. So standing waves are what happens when it is, yes, you're right, constructive, and I'm thinking of destructive interference. You're right. So we have a little bit of stuff there. That still could be a rock, right? Maybe it could be a rock. Okay, so let's add some more context. Puddles often have grasses near them because they're drinking the water. They'll also stand in front, so we can add like some lines that stand up. Now, these lines individually could be whatever, right? But both of these types of shapes together oftentimes gives the impression of like water, like a pool, right? Because this, okay, we're wired to see this kind of like value outline around like liquids, right? We see plants kind of grow in this area. So I'm just doing quick motions that are leaving, less the line is important than the effect of the taper, right? Because when a blade of grass grows, most plants have a taper towards the tip, right? As you like move nutrients, it's just easier for things to get, it's harder to get things to the very end, right? When you have to provide nutrients to the rest of the plant. So oftentimes the tips get very small and very, what's it called? Tapered towards the tip. This doesn't happen with everything. Anyone who has succulents with round trees, like I know black tea has some money trees. There's succulents often have very round leaves, and that's because they have a very different shape to them. But we're hardwired to see like this thick to small as a very organic shape, right? So I could make a, what's it called, a cattail, right? Just because that has a very distinct silhouette, right? So I could even add that in some of these, right? That's maybe a bit much. Right? We want to take advantage of like distinctive cultural iconography, right? Because distinctive cultural iconography are really what's going to help. You could even add some very, very small thin lines, right? And make them look like clouds. We want to break up because it's a reflection. We don't want it to look like perfect. But on a blue day, high cloudy day, right? You might get some reflective stuff showing up. And to enforce that, you can draw some clouds in the sky, right? You don't have to try to recreate these shapes, but you see how I have this kind of a tall shape? I think I might like try to make a cloud that's a bit tall. Right? And over here I have one that's like kind of fluffy. Towards the side maybe or something like that. And then we can draw, the important thing is the horizon line here. Because that lets us know that we have something in the distance, right? We could do like mountains or something. Something that's really thin lines are going to give us that appearance of very far away. Study some like landscape stuff where you see definitely like a lot of plateaus and stuff like that are really fun. Skillshare collab? Absolutely not. I'm very suspicious of Skillshare. For a lot of the same reasons that I think you don't like people who shill programs, right? Because I don't like putting education behind a paywall. That's me personally though, right? Education that I do will always be free. Except when it's me. No, even when it's me. Everyone. So you can have that. This is kind of an inorganic shape for a puddle, right? Usually there's like some parts that are higher, some parts that are lower, right? So you could really do this in here, like get some mud shapes. So sometimes the wells will be deeper and stuff like that. You can add darker values there, right? Maybe you can add like a lily pad to break up this reflection, right? So what we're doing here is we're using a lot of the concepts together. So what we're doing is we're taking those lines, we're making sure there's no tangents. We're blocking out stuff so that this right here creates a tangent. What am I going to do? Make a bigger line about it. Now this lily pad has a thicker side over here, right? So maybe this side is going to be the start of the curve section. And over here we can have lights because it faces the viewer more, right? And you can put veins for the lily pad, right? You can also draw, what's it called? Lilies often have flowers, beautiful flowers, by the way. So draw them kind of close together. We want to try to keep in mind the perspective, right? So if this side is darker, we can go ahead and draw this line about it. Maybe we'll do some shape carving, right? Come back into this shape and make it a little bit thinner because it looks a little bit inorganically thick there. Like there's not much of a reason other than because I want that tangent to go away. Right? We could put a little frog. How do you know this is a frog? Context. Right? I told you, and because it's a lily pad and there's a shape on it that you don't recognize. Do it because it's you. Education is free. If you feel like I have done a good job educating on stream, or if you like a YouTube video, right? I think people can always buy merch. People can always, what's it called? They can always like add bits, donate, there's tips and stuff down there, right? Very rich people can get a commission if they want, I guess. But yeah, so that is the rundown on, what is it? Lines, line confidence, right? You're going to be more confident in your lines when you're thinking about shapes, right? Why does this monkey even work at all, right? He still has a little bit of like weirdness to him. Right here, I could probably straighten the shape, maybe make it a little bit hairy. Same thing. Do a little hairy down here. Keep this pattern up so it looks like a texture on purpose. Do that little knee shape. This right here is very confusing. I don't know what the hell is going on. I'm gonna simplify this. Take a second, looked at it, didn't understand it. We're gonna do it again. Okay, that to me looks more like a thumb, like it's more clearly a thumb. That means that this right here, this shape, maybe can come back in. Maybe we don't need to go as hard on the digits, make it look like it came all the way through. I want to make this stand out, so I'll take back the hair a little bit there. Maybe we make this thing as a whole thinner so that this stands out more. Contrast is all about differences, right? The more differences you can add, the better. There's a lot of ways to do that. Size, shape, pattern, value, 1,000,001 ways to add contrast. 1,000,001 ways are going to be good, right? Hey, yes, just like that. Thank you for the bits. I don't know how many bits that was. Maybe 20? I don't know. Did it tell me how many bits? It does. It tells me here on the sides. Maybe? It should. I do have stream notifications. It should have popped up, especially for the bits. Is Streamlabs fucky wucky again? Streamlabs might be fucky wucky again. It should put out notifications, but what it shouldn't do is read them out at 20. It should still post them. Let me see. Bits. Default for 1 bit. Yeah, maybe it doesn't tell me for... Yep. It probably doesn't do it when you, so did you use the bits as a cheer instead of like, no, you use the bits as an effect instead of, there you go, there's the cheer. Thank you for the bit. The single bit. But yeah, so it should show the bits. The difference is message effects don't show up as a notification. Alright, cool. Let's set that back to the other one. Yep. Because I think the logic behind it is that you spent the bits on the effect, not like the whatever, right? 100 bits shows up. 20 messages. No, because you spent it on the effect instead of spending it on the cheer. Does that make sense? Also, that shouldn't have text-to-speech on that. Yes, that's just a Twitch thing. That's not like a Streamlabs thing or whatever. But yeah, so this leaf, good-natured in its intent to add context, did not add context, makes things more confusing. Let's get rid of it. This branch could probably be much longer. I don't want it to compete with the banana or the whatever, right? That's a bad leaf shape. That's also a bad leaf shape. This is what a succulent looks like. So there's like a number of ways you can do this, right? Always go back and look around what works, what doesn't. Like if you focus on something else for a bit and you come back and you have no idea what you're doing, simplify, right? It should always make sense at the very least to you. That's why I think shape carving is a little easier, because if I come in and I don't like something, it's much easier to be like, all right, we just bring that back. And they're not necessarily exclusive, right? You can see when I was adding the lines, I was doing a lot of like coming together and making shadow shapes, right? When you're doing 2D shapes, when would you say you got good? I don't think I've gotten there yet. I think there is a lot that I wish I could work on, right? I think the main difference is when did I stop caring if it was good, right? So I think the main thing that people are trying to look for is like, I want to know when I'm good, right? I think the big change was around a couple of years ago when I started drawing with pen. After a while, I stopped thinking about when am I going to be good, because I'm basically just like, that's a losing battle, right? I started thinking about, okay, how can I fix this, right? Drawing with pen and like notebooks and stuff, because pen forces you to slow down. I had this conversation earlier when I was talking about the monkey's chest, right? I was saying we're thinking about the form and how this is going, right? If you are so quick to erase, right, you never feel like there's a consequence for putting down a bad line. And because there's never a consequence for putting down a bad line, you just will automatically put down whatever without thinking. And what I mean like thinking, I mean like really having a game plan, right? Especially when you draw without reference, right? I think it doesn't matter. Pen versus pen tablet. I think it doesn't matter, and I'll tell you this. Because if you take away the undo button, a drawing tablet is the exact same thing, right? Take away the undo button, take away the erase button, tie one hand behind your back if you have to, and all you can draw is with your right hand. You don't have access to Control Z. You don't have access to anything at all, right? Sitting there and you're drawing. When was the point? It kind of looks like you want to do it instead of just random lines. What? The point looks instead of just random lines. Wait, hold on. Lines feel the same on tablet. So the main thing I've heard people say detract away from, like, what's it called? From lines on tablet and drawing versus pen, right? For muscle memory, right? Is that this shape right here? I'm drawing these lines and I'm trying to draw the exact same line over and over on top of itself, right? It is harder to do that on digital tablets, right? Because on paper, when you draw ink, you've created a trench, right? And if you draw light enough, you can kind of just like follow over that trench. And it's not necessarily your line that's getting better. What's happening is that because the ink has sunk into that spot and made a bit of a trench, if you're light enough when you go over it, you can kind of just trace along that. And so people will unintentionally accidentally do that. Kind of like you can do the same thing with what's it called, with digital also. You can see where you should be looking at where you're drawing instead of whatever. I try to draw from a perspective where my eyes can see the tip of the pen no matter what. So that means that my pen tablet or my table is angled upwards and I'm sitting above where I'm drawing. Non-display pen. So I lose track of each stroke. So even here, I can do this. Hold on, this is gonna look really weird. Okay, I've lost you guys. Actually, I can't see anymore. How do I switch? There is a, hold on. Let me bring you guys back so I can see the chat at least. What's it? There's that, and here's the other one. So I'm gonna try to do this, which is I'm going to draw with my pen tablet on the right side, right? Which is my other screen. And on the left side, I've moved Clip Studio Paint so that I am not looking at where I'm drawing. Because I also started with a drawing pad that was not like, didn't have a screen on it, right? But what? And the secret to this is going to be see if I can actually get it to work. I know. But I started drawing on the pen tablet, right? And as much as a lot of people say, oh, it helps so much doing it, right? I'm going to show you that in the end, it doesn't matter. Right? If I switch, I'm going to do this one. Okay. So now, yes. Okay, cool. Oh, this is really bad. It's because one of my screens is in 4K and the other screen is not. So what's happening is that there's a huge amount of input lag. So I have to move way farther. Okay. So right now, I am literally drawing on top of chat, right? But I'm looking at the screen, right? What am I going to draw? Let's draw another monkey. I'm getting used to it a little bit because there is, what's it called? not input lag, but there's a difference in there's a difference in, what's it called? Screen resolution. So I have to move twice as far to get to the points that I'm drawing. So what I'm trying to get at here is not that, oh, well, see how good artists can do the thing, right? It's at the end of the journey, what matters is how used to the tool you are, right? So I started drawing with a tablet, right? Pen tablet. Do strokes since some continuous lines are easier? It depends, right? What I've done, right, is I'm used to drawing on the same kind of like look here, draw there, right? Because I'm having this out of body experience almost because I've gotten really good at using the tool from when I used to use the tool. So there's a little bit of learning curve because I have to move my arm twice as much, right? But what I'm trying to get at here is that I can adjust to that because I have experience. That's a different thing, right? But and that's what I'm trying to get across is that experience lets you get good at whatever, right? So this has become more of like a furry monkey, like a fursona, I guess. Not my fursona. I'm just not much of a furry, I'll be honest. But, you know, the point stands the same. I think he's driving a hot rod. I think that's what I want to have them doing. And so what skills are in place here? Anatomy, shapes. I'm thinking of volumes, right? I'm thinking of perspective, right? What else? I'm thinking of like texture, especially with the hair and stuff, right? I'm thinking of lights and values. And these are all kind of like flowing into each other. Right? So we've got this monkey guy. I'm not gonna draw his nips. Just gonna draw the rest of the car. And this is not to be like, oh, look at how good of an artist I am, right? This drawing is going wildly different from what I was intentionally originally intended to do. Like originally I wanted to draw like a regular monkey, right? Like another golden tamarin sort of a deal. But that went wildly different here. And so what did I do? I corrected, I changed. Paste or one-to-one as people like Drawbox say. I'll always say, so I'm scrolling out, hold on, sorry. All we're saying is that admittedly does take time. Yeah, but it would still take the same amount of time, I'm not gonna lie to you, to get used to drawing on a pen tablet. Because digitally is fundamentally different from drawing traditionally, right? And drawing in general is very difficult. So that is gonna take a lot of time no matter what tool you use. So at the end of the day, the tool that you use is not important. because you still have to learn the same amount of skills, and the skills are applicable, and the tool you can learn in a couple of days to a month, right? The struggles you are having is not the tool. The struggles you are having is the lack of the understanding and the lack of the hours. This isn't to like make the claim to everybody, right? That like, oh, this I'm not diagnosing your problem specifically is this, right? What I'm trying to say is that tools are never like quote unquote the problem unless it makes it painful for you to do it. If it makes it painful for you to do it, then it's a problem. That's different, right? If you are someone that needs to use certain tools because of medical reasons or disabilities, right? That's a very different thing from, man, I'm drawing on my tablet that doesn't have the thing I'm drawing on, right? The difference is not the tool that's going to change your life unless you physically need it to do it. Well, the difference is understanding like perspective, volumes, doing all this stuff, practice, hours, right? Thinking of shapes, forms. There was a little bit of like, I didn't understand what the hell I was doing here, right? So I fucked it up, but we recovered it instead of being like some kind of like a monkey. Now it's like a monkey guy. Still a monkey, technically. I feel like I still keep my word, more or less. I drew a monkey, it just happened to be a monkey guy. Is that, oh, it's switched over. That would probably be an undo there. It's actually very hard to look at chat and do this because I'm drawing on top of chat. Hot monkey. Tablet that draws and renders for me. You're never gonna get that unless you want to do ChatGPT. And I'm gonna be real with you. If you want it to look good, you're still gonna end up doing more work. I think it's personally, right? It's easier for me to just draw the thing that I want to draw than to go to ChatGPT, right? And that's like years of practice that has gotten me to that point, right? Do you want it to draw easier than ChatGPT? Put the hours in today, right? The best time to plant a tree is today. We're getting some weird fisheye perspective for sure going on. That's too high. Are these lines perfect? No, they're not. They're not perfect, right? Do they get the idea across? Yeah, I think that's good enough for my goals here that I'm trying to do, right? If I was trying to draw like a hyper-realistic car, right? Or do like drawings like Kim Jong-gi, I'd use a lot more reference. But if I'm trying to draw like Kim Jong-gi, I have tons of experience and practice, right, to do that. This part of the practice is just as important as the implication. Cars tend to have mirrors, so you can see where you're going. Tend to. How could we forget the fuzzy dice? Can't forget the fuzzy dice. Are you kidding me? Always gotta have the fuzzy dice. And you can see I'm doing a mix of really trying to avoid having to erase because it takes me out of my flow, right? It takes me out of the flow of what I'm doing. And it's not because I'm trying to avoid erasing because, oh, that's bad, you shouldn't erase. If you need to erase, that's fine. Okay, cool. So, that's, now that I've been thoroughly distracted from the thing I was supposed to be doing this whole time, thanks to someone. No, I'm glad you asked questions, because I hope it inspires you to try, right? That's where the thumbnails start, right? That's where you start, is doing these thumbnails. So this entire thing is kind of fucked up. That wheel is not in perspective at all. I want to try that again. This is where erasing comes in handy, right? Complete mistake, nothing worth saving. Erase it, right? Erase. Where am I thinking? I gotta think about boxes. Where are these lines going? Embed into the shape of the wheel. And this side, the wheel's gonna come up. I think I just kind of ended up doing the same thing again. It's okay, we learn, we practice. It sucks not being good now. It does. But you gotta get out of that mentality of, what's it called? Oh, that is very small for you guys, huh? Let's put this right back on the correct screen. Okay, cool. Let's get everything back to what it was. Let's put everything back to the place we were before. About to give some legendary advice, then got distracted. Wait, what do you mean? What was the legendary advice that I got distracted from? Uh-oh. Ooh, this is funky, huh? My future in art was gone. What'd I do? I use a non-display tablet? Oh, that's from way back up there. But these are all like little doodles, right? And get used to this kind of thing, right? Just draw shapes. Drawing these shapes, eventually you draw like, all right, I'm bored of this shape, right? I'm bored of just drawing cubes. I have this pen tablet book, like pen book, right? And I have this little notebook. My sketchbook, I think I've shown you guys. It's a gift from my boss, right? The leather wrap cover. And inside I have a whole bunch of tiny sketchbooks. They are like 5 inches by 6 inches, basically. 5 by 7, I think? 5 by 7? And 5 by 7 is tiny, right? But what it does is it lets me fill up a page faster. And for me, that helped a lot because if I can fill up a page faster, I can move on to the next page. Maybe someday I'll get a bigger sketchbook and I'll go through that whole thing, right? But for now, my sketchbook is kind of just like whatever comes into my brain, right? I have a Discord thing. I'm gonna rewind and clip it so that you can tell me what advice I was gonna give you. That's like now. Hey, happy art fight. Thanks, Galaxy Arts. We're getting distracted heavily. That's kind of the name of the game here on my stream, is who can say something that's gonna distract Sprung from what he's supposed to be doing. Said I need to give up something. Oh, right. You need to give up on that idea of trying to be good, right? Don't focus on trying to be good. You can't change being good right now. You can't change the skill level you're at, right? What you need to be focusing on is, I have made a drawing. I have made a line. I have made this line. What does this line represent? What was I going for? What was the goal? Does this line suit the goal that I think? No. I can't erase this line anymore. How can I alter my goals so that this line is now a part of these goals, right? That is a very in the moment, that is a very, like, you can change that actionable now thing, right? You need to, like, be thinking about, this is, I always suck at drawing ovals in perspective. You need to be thinking about, this is the current present day, this line that I'm drawing, but if I'm not good, no one will care about me and they won't be my friend. Half joking. None of that should matter in art. Guess what? Why are you doing art? Are you doing art for people to like you, or are you doing art for yourself? If you're doing art for people to like you, you're already good enough. People like you and your art. When you share your art, people are always happy to get it. I'm always happy to get it. Stop getting better at art. You've done. You've peaked. If that is your goal, just, you're done. No more. You don't need to get any better. Are you doing art for yourself because you want to be able to represent the ideas in your brain? Every failure is a lesson that teaches you how to do something more accurate to what you want to draw. Oh, thanks, Galaxy Arts. I'm still finishing up Bumble. I gotta finish this one up, and then I gotta do a revenge thing that I got heavily distracted. Jeez. Which one did you add though? Did you add Roxanne or did you add me? Oh my Jesus fucking Christ, what is going on here? Why is there corn in my messenger chat? What the hell did they do? What the hell's going on here? Oh, they're talking about the... What's it called? They're talking about Helldivers 2 being on Xbox. There's what? What's what? Oh, Helldivers 2 is on Xbox. That's what they're talking about. They're in my messenger group chat sending Facebook pings. Like crazy. That's what those Facebook pings are, by the way. Have you heard them? I gotta get better at drawing ovals in perspective. So I can draw them okay. Not the best. No, I use it because my just shapes and fundamentals. I use Facebook because my friend refuses to actually use Discord properly. Because his family's on Facebook and stuff. Wheels are obviously my bane of my existence. But whatever. AI swap on you. No need to lie to his grandpas. We understand. Time for the AI swap on for you. I literally never open Facebook. I just open what's it called? Messenger for messages and stuff. But yeah. That's it, Kit. I hope you've been doing some more thumbnails while I've been talking. Remember, you can't fix anything if there ain't nothing there. Yeah, there you go. It's not about drawing something that you like in the thumbnails. It's about vomiting shapes until you see a Rorschach, and then you draw from that, right? And then you move on to the next one, right? You get 15 minutes, you're locked in the cage for 15 minutes, then you have to be drawing while you're doing it. Then you move on to the next one. You do 3 to 10, 6 is a pretty good number, right? I did 5 when I did Swarm, right? 6 when I did Bumble here. And that's just because I really wanted to draw this guy right here, right? Like a little monster. And it plays into like Bumble is this messenger character that's like going around doing stuff, right? And I ended up drawing the exact same first one, right? So according to Black Tea, Bumble is in fact a messenger, right? So they go around from place to place delivering stuff. And so I was like, man, we can draw this character in all sorts of places, right? Oh, the bull. So the concept is Bumble is just like in this place and they get a mount. They rent a creature, right? To get someplace else. And we can see that there's like patterns on the under the saddle stuff. There's like some nature behind it, right? It's just a monster design that I wanted to do. There's really not much lore. It just kind of looks like Appa. I was between tusks and horns ended up winning. So some kind of like yak, northern mountain-esque sort of a thing. Because I'd kind of been on the theme of mountains and caves, right? And here I am getting incredibly distracted by something that's already been finished. It's this balance of texture and design. And you're going for like ruins and stuff. Especially when you have like stone reliefs, oftentimes you can get away with drawing half shapes because the light isn't going to catch half of it. So you can just draw the part that stands out and you have a little bit of a thing, whatever. The secret is always, oh, sorry, I need like a better like mouse cursor. I need to I need to not work on this one anyway. I gotta take all this stuff and move it to a different layer. I was gonna erase it, but I kind of like the monkey driving the car, so we'll keep it. That's because I'm drawing with a size 8 pen and you can't see anything that I'm doing. I'm gonna make a blue sky post later, and it's gonna be like, started in the jungle, now we're here. People are like, that's not a monkey, that's just like a guy I saw in Florida. Feels like none. What social media are you active on? Feels like none. Basically none. Sometimes I'll post to sometimes I'll post to Blue Sky for the most part. I was the most active on co-host, right? It just had a really good feel to it. I could use a lot of CSS stuff. I could make things look nice in a way that felt organic and not like needed, right? So with Artfight, I still don't know what to do for the CSS. It feels like something I need to do. And because it's something that I need to do, my brain doesn't want to do it. So I just not much of a social media user, I'll be honest. If I like, I don't know what to use social media for. What do you use it for, Kit? Because if you say something like, oh, I look up art and stuff, it's like I pretty much use it for, I use YouTube for that. See, that's kind of the problem. I should do art on, like, I'll probably, tomorrow, I've made a deal with myself. It's like, I'm gonna follow Art Mentor advice. I'm gonna post on like a D&D Reddit or whatever. I'm gonna watch his video on where the art clients are. I'm gonna go to Reddits that he suggests, and I'm going to put some posts on there. Like, hey, I'm an artist looking for $200 a commission, sort of a deal. That's where it starts. Go ahead and let me know. Blah, 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 blah. You know, that kind of stuff. I shouldn't be doodling on this. Why am I doodling here? I have a literal character that I should be working on right now. I just like rock shapes. I think rock shapes are a lot of fun. Ba-dum, ba-da-dum, I'll just pass. I can already see the vision. You're totally going to shred. Wait, what? Hold on. I lost a lot of context. Hold on. What did I miss? What did I miss? Totally going to shred what? Oh, the commission stuff. Yeah. It's a shame we barely get to hear any Sprung audio content. There's a whole bunch of audio content. What do you mean? It's all there. It's all in Soundgasm. Very different. RAM reset already. It's true. The RAM ran out of auto. I kind of pieced together at the end. I'm not gonna lie though. I'm looking at this. I'm like, this is a great fucking brush stamp. Holy shit. I need to like extract this PNG right here and use that as a brush shape. I'll do it later. I have some stuff on Newgrounds. There's a couple there. Most of my like audio porn is on Reddit. So Reddit's where all of my audio porn is. There's some Big Sprung stuff there too. There's some fun, I do some fun double stuff with my voices. I think those always tend to be popular. Newground stuff has been consumed? There's like literally, I have over 100 audios on like Reddit. I should be making more, but I have been distracted. I feel like you need to bother me for more if you want it. There's a lot of people on Reddit that liked my audios. I need to go back to doing that, but those are all on Reddit, right? Technically, you can find them all on my Soundgasm, right? So the Soundgasm is linked through any of the Reddit posts. I need to be on something else, but I need to draw this. This little guy and his little elbow. So many social media. I know. It's all in Linktree though. I literally have my pinned posts are latest audio, a link to my Ko-Fi that I don't actually use or check too much, I'll be honest. And other stuff. Also, I found out as long as you don't mention like that you're doing not safe for work stuff, PayPal doesn't really like check. So that's my new fear, is that someone is going to be dumb on like a commission and say, oh, I gave them money for tits. And then they're like, what the hell? All right, you're banned. We take all of your money now. All right, none of this, all of this. Okay, what were we doing with Bumble? We were making sure that his shapes make sense. So I'm gonna do that. I'll probably finish that first because I need to do that. And then, well, I should be doing the flats instead, right? But this is more fun to me at the moment. So I'm going to be doing that. Sucks seeing my favorite artist get banned on there. On PayPal? Yeah. At least an hour more in me. Alright, let's try to get some flats in before that so that you can see what's going on. A lot of this character is kind of like made up by the fact that there's gaps in the fur, right? I'm trying to see what I can do to close up those gaps and keep this effect going of the character being like kind of loose gaps. Because the loose gaps are really nice. They're really appealing because they add a lot of depth, I think. Also, I just like that aesthetic a little bit. Make it to Street Fighter. Oh, you're probably not making the Street Fighter 6 content. That's at the end of the stream. Friday, tomorrow is... I'm just doing it to test to see if it works, basically. Although we could probably do that now, I guess. No betting, just kind of making sure that it works. Yeah, we can do a community day on Sunday because Saturday I have having a get together with a whole bunch of my friends. We're doing 4th of July, but on the 5th because no one will be at the pools, I hope, on the 5th. Mm-mm-mm-mm. I don't think I really need to connect this, but let's try. They were all very mean to me when we were doing Street Fighter content. They said that I was going to lose my set. They don't know Sprung got the secret sauce. Exactly. I am so good. It makes them intimidated. um, I'm trying to keep lines a little bit more consistent. It's doing a lot of shape carving with this specifically. You should show me your thumbnails too. Command grab Sunriser Honda. It's actually Blanca. It's a lot of Blanca. I love Blanca so much. I love how much Unga Bunga I can do. I think it's because I'm really good at reading people, right? So because I'm really good at reading people, I can just like oopsies them into doing something they probably should not have done. It's like it's like after stream observation hacky kind of because it's basically just like Omni-Man from Invincible. Why are you making me do this? I don't want to punish you for that jump, but why did you jump? I didn't even do the full thing. You don't even know what's coming. They'll eventually what they do is they crouch up in the corner really far away, and then it's like, I have a command grab that goes the whole screen. Why are you making me do this? I don't want to do this. Because they think the next thing that's coming is a Blanca ball, and it's just like, you've done the one thing you never should have. You showed your hand. You're afraid. And your fear will be the end of you. Okay, so with this, I'm definitely trying to get more of this shape going. Yeah, I think it's been more fun getting into it now than in high school or whatever. It just makes a lot more sense. Especially for some reason, after doing a lot of art, it makes way more sense. Because I think I've grown as a person when it comes to like uh understanding how time, effort, and where to put your resources affects how good you get how quickly. And so it's definitely had a better effect in me like improving at Street Fighter dramatically out of nowhere. I think if I got in voice chat with somebody and I was playing Blanca, I would destroy them. Hmm? What do you mean? For what? Like I think I could break down someone's perception of reality if I was in voice chat with them and we were playing Street Fighter and I was playing Blanca. It would just be like I'd gaslight them into not believing that anything is real anymore. Play a ton of single player fighting games. I agree. I think that's fun too, right? I'm at the point, like, I'm almost finished with World Tour. There's not much to do but, like, master all the styles. And it's not that that's gotten boring, right? It's just, like, it's gonna take a lot of time, and I don't have the ton of free time. So if I want to find a way to keep playing Street Fighter and keep it interesting for myself, I want to do the rank stuff. Because it feels less, what's it called? Shit. How do I say this? It feels less, oh, people are just better? Now it just feels like, oh, I understand what they've been practicing. It's the same thing as like in art. Once you get to a certain point, you're like, oh, I see what they did here, and you can apply it because your understanding of the fundamentals is increased to the point where you can look at something and you can kind of piece together how they made that. I do want to at least get to... For fun games, I just redo the same character arcade story. That's fun too. I'm kind of on arcade. But that's just like me personally. I like Worlds. I think World is my first, like, World is straight up the reason why I like Street Fighter 6. So I could make myself and I could go around and I could be Blanca. Well, okay, Blanca's a big part of it too. I'm not gonna lie. But I also want them to release Dan as a character because I want to play Dan. Free Manon and Marissa Yuri. Bye, Roll. I missed them. Tracks. Free Roll. I don't know. I'm not a huge fan of Manon because her grabs are oppressive on me because I'm bad. But I support the Yuri, I guess. Oh, my dog is so stinky. They're so oppressive. I'm so bad at blocking them. Because I can't tech them because they're command girls. Grab my way to bronze. Free damage and the joy of watching the medal stack up. The medal stack up is probably like the coolest part of her, not gonna lie. But it's also like I'm so fucking cooked because they don't go away. Like you get stacks forever. And once you get to 5, you just kill people in 2 hits. At the same time, there's a lot of difficulty getting into the neutral game. So like I understand the character is very balanced and to some people pretty weak. But for me, because I'm bad, very strong. I like this shape better. I think I like this shape better. I like this shape better. How does that look like from far away? I think that's... I want to talk to you a little bit more about your characters. My characters? Yeah, no, absolutely. Feel free to talk to me about them whenever. They're not really that deep. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not good at the whole OC thing. It's not really my shtick, you know? My spiel, my joie de vivre, if you will. I'm such like a bad role model for art, right? Because the things that interest me more is like, yes, technique, excellent. Like I love the draftsman aspect of art, and I'm so bad at the creative aspect of art because I don't really think about that too much because it doesn't interest me as much. Don't get me wrong, I love the creative aspect of it, and I love a lot of the characters that I make and the things that I want to do. But a lot of the creative aspect that I enjoy is the storytelling. So there is like a lot, you can say a lot about like, oh, there's storytelling in character design. It's like, yes, I agree. But I'm not at a point, I think. Hi, Bart Amat. Add to the yapping bookmarks. But yeah, but it's like, there's a lot of storytelling you can do in art. I 100% agree. The only problem for me is that I'm more interested in the parts that aren't that. So it definitely lends itself to a little bit of the, yes, I enjoy it, but also I'm not very good at it because I'm not focused on it. Maybe when I feel like I'm better at art, when I feel like I'm more consistent at art, let me put it that way. Because I know a lot of people will be like, oh, you're so good at art already. It's like when I'm more consistent at getting the results that I want, then I'll try incorporating a little bit more of that storytelling and character storytelling, right? But that's okay. It all comes time and patience. I'm not too scuffed. I'm not too rushed about it. It all comes together in the end. There you go. Give baby the cheat 1,000 points. All right. Let's give the baby a treat. Oh, oh my god. Alright, baby has been given a treat. Put that there so he's more in frame. That's a good boy. Alright, let's see. Do I want to add more? I think I do. All is made right in the world. I know. It's so good. I'm surprised Black Tea hasn't shown up yet, or Antonio. They might be absent this stream. I'm not their keeper. Probably add that to this side as well. Although I feel like that's too small of a detail to matter. That's alright, I feel. That's okay. It's okay to add small details that don't matter as long as they don't conflict with the overall design. A little tardy. They'll come eventually. That is a good point. Let's maybe go ahead and try and do the Street Fighter thing just to make sure it works. I do want to fix this hand because I've been dancing around doing this hand for the longest time. Because what's happening here is that there's a lack of perspective. I don't really know what's all in here, so I'm just going to simplify the shape and decide. Shape has been simplified. Now I can decide that this should all be in darkness here. Bring this down a little bit more. Give it a little like crease. Maybe a little stack here. That's not a necessary line. It gets in the way of the shape conveying. Cool. I feel like this is an excess line as well. We already have enough. We don't need to know anymore. I want to really make this dark spot stand out because what I'm trying to define is the closeness between these two objects, right? The ambient occlusion is coming together and it's making this bottom side darker because it's not in as much light. But then once these objects get close enough together, that stream gets really, really close. Do you raid at the end of the streams? I tried to do a stream raid once, right? And it failed miserably because the person was having stream errors, right? The stream failed. I don't have a lot of people in my contact list. So basically, if City is streaming, then I'll transfer people to that. Other than that, I don't have a ton of people, right? So because I don't have a ton of people that I know that do streaming, right? I don't really have a lot of people listed as, here's who you should watch next. Even City, like, basically doesn't really know who I am or what I stream. But they, what's it called? They're in the same server as me, right? So, and they just happen to stream regularly-ish. So I have them listed there. Because I don't really know a ton of streamers either, to be honest. I have one friend that's a streamer, but she has a lot of, like, not mental issues, but, like, they have a lot of depression and anxiety, and they don't, like, stream often, and I've asked a lot of times if they want to stream together, but they don't seem to ever want to. So it makes me a bit sad, but it doesn't seem like they want to really do anything with me. That's understandable. That's whatever they're going through is whatever they're going through. I'm coming in here and I'm trying to add a little bit more depth to this attachment point. I really want to scrunch it up. So that means that this needs to come down a little bit more. Can we collab instead? Yeah, of course. If you stream, I'd love to stream with you. It's usually a good community building gesture. That's what I see other streamers do. Just random streams. I don't know. I don't like look at any streams, right? Since I don't watch streams, it's very hard for me to like know who to send people to. Always happy to draw with someone though. Trying to think about why this isn't really connecting the way I want it to. And I think it's coming down to this, right? This shape here. Yeah, there we go. That's better. Taking an educated guess and solving problems always feels pretty good. So basically what's happening, I didn't know why this shape wasn't working, right? So I was thinking about the fact that, I don't watch Twitch, no. Honestly, at this point, I barely watch YouTube too. I watch some League of Legends content. A lot of this, like, people that I watch, right, are like, Northern Lion is probably a big one. I just kind of put their videos on in the background and I'll do work or I'll play games or whatever, right? RT Games, I don't watch as much anymore just because I don't have the time. Like, my YouTube consumption after starting to stream on Twitch has gone down dramatically. Like, it's gone like this, right? I just don't have time for some reason. What do you mean? Mostly it's hanging out with friends, right? So Mondays and Wednesdays I'll go walk with friends. Thursday after stream I have D&D with friends, right? Monday I also do opera stuff. So, although I would say that's less fun. Like, I enjoy doing it, but it's not like, if I had absolute say in what I was doing, I would stay home, watch YouTube, and just like eat chips on my couch until I fell asleep. Like, that's 100% what I would do. That's not what my schedule has at all. Like, my schedule is booked now, right? It's like stream Twitch, get off, do something with friends, or go whatever, and then I come home at night and I should go to sleep, but sometimes I'll stay up and watch YouTube or watch porn and stuff, and then I'll go to sleep. So it's like, man, I'm gonna get off Twitch and I'm gonna finish Bumble's drawing. Get off Twitch, don't do any of that shit. Play Peek instead with a friend, go on a walk, come back. Man, I'm gonna go to sleep now because it's time to go to sleep early. Get on Peek with somebody else, play with another friend for a while, get off of that. Man, it is 11:30. It's 30 minutes past my bedtime. I should go to sleep. I'm gonna check to see if I can fix the Street Fighter problem I've been having. And then I go to sleep at like 1:30 in the morning. And then I saw that you messaged me at like 2 a.m. afterwards. Sometimes, yeah, exactly. I should be going to sleep at 11, which when you messaged me yesterday, I should have been asleep for 11 to 12, 12 to 1, 1 to 2, 3 hours, right? Instead, I'd only been asleep for like half an hour, more or less. Just for context. Just for context. It's all done. But yeah, when I was thinking here, I was thinking about, okay, so this is the shape that I'm drawing. Right? There's a cylindrical tube that's going to come out the middle of this. This needs to pinch, right? Because as this fabric moves more in line with this gap, right? This needs to pinch because this fabric is this distance. So I'm thinking about, okay, how does it pinch? Well, this side is going to move more inwards. And so we're going to have this line here, and it's going to be more aligned with where that ends. I'm thinking this line has to come in a lot more to this side. So this is going to come in to there, and then do that. And that means fabric needs to come up. Well, this fabric is going in this trajectory, right? Because it's following the loop. So is this fabric. This is also going in this trajectory. All of the fabric in the middle is going to get compressed. So we're going to see bump ridges, right? Where they comes up like this. And they're going to be in front of each other, but they're also going to be, they can't be any higher than this center points, right? They can't be higher than these two lines. So we're going to go down on our ledge. We're going to add a bump. We're going to add a bump. And so that is how we solve that problem, or how I have currently solved this problem in my brain, by thinking about the physics of it. And these lines are each individually going to go into the direction that they are scrunching towards. Remember, most compression to least compression, so they're going to be all going more or less different directions. So we clean this up a little bit so it's easier to see what's going on. We went from shape like that to a shape like this. This would probably even actually go a little bit farther down. This should probably go straighter out. Something like that is my guess. Without reference, it is a guessing game, right? It's an educated guess based on the physics. But as long as it looks believable, that's good enough. I didn't take into account the thickness of the fabric. That's fine. Just make room for it like that. Okay. Stays up later. Trying to message in the mornings. That's fine. How do I know this? Specifically what? So my question is, how do you not know this? Do you not pay attention to, this sounds insulting or like derogatory. It's not. It's like, for me, every day, I'm looking at how physics works on stuff, right? I have a little koozie, right? I'm grabbing it and I scrunch in my hands. What are the creases? Where would it fold? What does it do all these things, right? When I pick it up, I'm thinking about this stuff. Why is the top fraying apart? Is it because it's old and the fabric can no longer hold itself together? So I'm seeing how, because the fabric, which is a little bit stretchy, right, is starting to relax outwards because there's no longer foam that has deteriorated towards the tips. And so it's starting to curl in on itself, right? No, but it's kind of just like the world, the universe that we live in follows a pretty basic set of physics, right? Generally, things move from high energy to low energy, right? path of least resistance, like quite literally, right? What is easier? Having the rope stand up straight, right? Or having the rope be in a pile? Which is easier for the rope to do? You start with simple questions like that. It is easier for the rope to fall down into a pile because gravity pulls on it, right? And you could like literally come up with any physics simulation in your brain about like, oh, we're drawing tubes, right? So this tube is here and it comes out, right? And then I want to put a tube on top of it, so it's gonna like slope down and slope over it. So the cylinder is shaped like this now, and then it loops around, and then you come back in an erase with the actual eraser tool, right? And so this is going to do this shape because it's curving around, and then we can have, once it comes down here, maybe it curves back through here to the front, and then it comes over here, and I just want to like put it underneath again. So let's put this and we make it like it's going over. So you do some changes, erases, right? This has to go up because something is going underneath it. So we draw something underneath it, right? So we show that this is part of the same rope as that one. And so we have this arch coming through, right? And then we can draw a little snake head. Right? So you start thinking about the physics of stuff, right? Why things do the things that they do. So when I say it's a pretty good idea to learn some physics, you really kind of just need to know like the fundamentals of why do these creases happen. It's because it's easier for the rope, instead of staying like this on top of one cylinder on top of another, right? It is easier for the rope to fall down, come up, go over, and do this. And this is not to like diminish anybody's like lived experience or what they know, right? This is something that you can do and observe in every day. Start trying to explain why everything happens, right? Why is my pen tablet standing up, right? Why is my pen tablet standing up? Very simple thing to like, you don't even think to ask these things, right? Oh, because it has something behind that's propping it up, right? It has a little stand here. Why does that prevent it from falling over? Because the angle of this is opposed to that, and because they're connected and this is locked in place, gravity is pulling this heavy weight down this way, and the structural integrity of this item is holding the tablet up this way. And these forces are completely evenly matched. Does that mean that the tensile strength of this like stand can hold way more force? Sure, but it only needs to reflect enough force to reflect gravity. So it just needs to be the same arrow, right? So this is what I mean by like, think about the world you live in as like a teacher. Try to explain everything, and anything you don't understand, like you don't know, look it up. I would recommend Googling it instead of having a computer tell you, because AI fucking sucks right now. And probably will always will suck if they keep using LLM models. Don't ask Grok. Grok, is this real? Grok is bad. So when I'm thinking about this shape, right? When I literally this, let's put it out of perspective to keep it a little simpler. So if I have an attachment point for my band, just to keep it simple, right? Dot, 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 dot. When I put weight on this object, right? This cloth here, is it easier for it to stay, let's see. Is it easier for it to stay perfectly straight as it comes up? Oh my god, I forgot about that. As it comes up and it comes into contact with the edge of this ring, right? Or is it easier for it to come up and then once it hits the point where the edges are in contact, they start to slide in a little bit and follow the shape that is there around them? I think most people, when you phrase it in this way, will say, oh, of course, this is going to bunch up because the cloth is soft. And that straight angle will only be held if it's something rigid, right? Because cloth doesn't have the tensile strength. If I put a piece of cloth back here, my tablet would fall over. Right? And so the next step you start asking is, okay, well, does the inside slide inwards? Slightly, right? Is this fabric elastic? If it is elastic, there might not be as many wrinkles because it was already stretched out of shape to begin with, and now it's found this equilibrium where it can push outwards against this force that is pushing it in, right? On a more physics sense, right? The weight from the ring is going down, right? So as each point of contact of the rope touches the ring, the force that's going down is being distributed to the side because of the angle that it's on. And so this force pulling this direction, right, is going to have an equal reaction where the cloth is going to move in this direction because this whole thing is countering the force of the physics, right? So the physics is pushing the ring down. This rope thing that we have here is pushing up. It's countering the force of gravity because it's holding the ring away from falling from the floor. So the force as it touches here in this contact is going to be shaped by the angle by which it is contacting. So the force of the gravity now pushes this way. And because we know that the rope counters it, the rope has to go that way. Rope, cloth, whatever, bands, doesn't matter, right? So there is a force in here, but there's also on this angle, the same force, right? This side is experiencing a force in this direction, which means that this is going in this direction. If the tensile strength of this cloth is not strong enough to withstand both of these competing forces, what happens is these points are going to get closer together, right? And so they'll make more a shape like this, right? They'll get smaller. So because they're shaped along the ring, they're also going to go here. This has a lot to do, remember that one time I give Moob a study on cloth? The same thing, right? When they counter, they shrink, they compress. When you compress things, you have this kind of pattern, right? Right? Because this is the compression going on. With very, very delicate, very, very elastic. I think you were there for the beginning. Because that's where you told Moob you're from South Africa. If you remember that. Try to ignore the dings. But yeah, so we have these compressions. They're going to move away from the circle, like as dramatically as possible, right? Forces here, forces there, all that stuff, right? I might need to mute Facebook messages. 1 second. Where is my messenger? We'll do it for 8 hours. Just so I don't forget to unmute it and ignore my friends forever. It's Messenger, it's not Facebook. It's literally just the chatbot. Chat box? But anyway. So when you start thinking about the world in simple terms and add them together to make complex stuff, right? So for example, simplicity can be very complex, right? I have a cube and I add a sphere and I add a rectangle and I add a pyramid, right? Individually, all of these shapes are very simple. But when we put them together, right, sphere into box, into a rectangle that's, I'm going to say, comes out of the middle. I don't like the perspective on this. Into a pyramid that's kind of just like at a weird fucking angle. Right? Together, all of these things made a very strange shape, right? That we can replicate every time, sure, but it's like a weird shape, and it's a very complex shape to draw. I try to draw this every time. It could look a little bit different every time. Exactly, dynamic Bible. So when we start thinking about this world, like this is literally, all of this that I talk about is two things, right? It's gravity and tension. What is tension? Tension is how an object reacts to stress. I'm gonna say, because I'm going to define that in a way that's going to apply to when an object is and is not in tension, right? So I'm fixing this shape here because I'm thinking about how resistant to change the object is. So if you want to be a good artist, start thinking about the world in as simple of a thing as you can and build up to explain stuff, right? And try to explain everything in your life. But try to explain like the things that you never thought about before. Why does this do this? Why is my cat going here? Oh, it's because my cat wants to see the birds. Why is my cat jumping on me when I specifically do not want to be jumped on? Oh, it's because it might think that you are emotionally vulnerable and it wants to be part of your community, right? It wants to show support, right? There's a whole bunch of things that we kind of like explore in our own life that we don't even think about. It passes us by every day. There's so many learning opportunities to be had, and we kind of just take them for granted. And if you let all these things teach you and inform your decision making, you can make a lot of progress, right? Because you can start making more realistic art. Not that more realistic art is important. You can make more believable art because you're taking these things into account. And even if it's not 100% right, what matters is not that it's 100% right. What matters is that there is an attempt to try for that believability. And people are more likely to believe something when you believe it than when you have no idea what's going on, when you're just confused. Being confused is the #1 way to make something look unrealistic in your art. You need to at least have a reason for why you do things, right? And if that reason is I don't know, you got to find a better reason. And by that, I mean, you got to learn. You got to teach yourself. Which one specifically is the golden advice? Is it the one that if you don't know if people are more likely to believe something if you believe it? I mean, that's just good advice in real too. If you're trying to do public speaking, people are likely to believe something if you believe it. And if you're confident and you have conviction when you say something. which leads to a lot of problems. I'm not gonna lie. But you know, if you're doing things with the best intentions, then you can convey a lot just by believing what you're saying. Because a lot of people like will know something is true, but they don't believe it, right? So I can make money and become Proko. This is why chatbots are getting so many people to believe that they're God, is because the person will ask it to do it, and it'll just repeat stuff with such conviction that you believe it, right? And you try to correct it, it never like admits fault, or it will admit fault immediately and then just give something else that's wildly incorrect again, which is insane, but whatever. Because the chatbot can never admit that it's wrong or like that it doesn't know. It always gives an answer, regardless. That's just kind of the dangerous part about it, I'll be real. It's not even like that it steals shit, is that it always pretends that it's right until you prove it's not, and it doesn't get any better. Because people are like, oh, but it'll get better because there'll be more knowledge. It's already scraped most of the information. There's not really much more for it to like learn on. It's just getting it wrong because a lot of the information that we give it, social media, is also very wrong. And it can't differentiate whether or not people on Reddit are joking or being serious when it tells people to jump off of a bridge. It reminds me of a particular citrus person. Lemon. Annoying orange? I don't know. Oh, I know what you're talking about. Orange. I got you now. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. I understand. The levels of abstraction are getting so far beyond my own comprehension. But I agree. That's what makes them a great public speaker, right? We had this conversation earlier. It's unfortunately, they're very charismatic. Even more unfortunately, they're just not charismatic to everyone, right? Because some people have different metrics by which something is charismatic. He might look like a turd to me and you, but to some people, they're like, I've never seen someone fight this hard for the common man. And it's like, brother, what? But yeah. Don't be nervous when it comes to like public speaking or stuff. Shit, the stuff I say might not be 100% correct either, right? There's probably something to learn, because this is like, what I'm talking about is like mantras and stuff that have worked for me. But at the same time, someone with more knowledge could pick me apart. And that's fine. That means I'd learned something. When it comes to something as nebulous as like practice, I think what's more important than being correct is finding something that works for you. Right? Especially when it comes to like art. That's why when I'm like saying stuff like, the most important thing for someone to get better at art is to do it, right? Not because, oh, just by doing it, you'll naturally get better. Get you where you are, which is good enough for me. Thank you. Just doing art will not make you better at art. Doing art with intention will make you better at art, for sure. It'll make you better at whatever you're intending to get better at. But you do have to match up that kind of like intention with like actual like practice for that thing. Because I think the thing that a lot of people mess up a lot is not that their intention, that like they want to get better, but they're not looking for the right thing, right? Wanting to get better is so nebulous. It's so hard to do. You gotta pin it down. You gotta focus it. You gotta pin it against the wall. You gotta make out sloppy style with it, right? You gotta like really hold its hand. You gotta look it deep in its eyes. You gotta tell it, listen, we're gonna learn how to do lines today. And then you do lines. I think people aren't honest with themselves, but people aren't also like they don't know what they're supposed to be honest about. Like they don't realize that they're not honest with themselves. Make out sloppy style with the thing you're trying to learn. That's the next character I want them to add to Date Everything. The concept of learning. And that's why I slept with all my professors. Huge difference between wanting to get better and wanting to have fun. Honestly, wanting to have fun will make you better in the long run, right? People who are doing things out of enjoyment are more likely to do things and improve faster than people who are doing things for the sole purpose of wanting to get better. Now, this is a very confusing conversation because wanting to get better can also be a lot of fun for people. And I think that's the secret. Also, welcome, Black Tea. You came at a great point. You missed all of the monkey sketches that Kit was making me do. I'm getting too focused on these like small shapes that don't matter. Because I'm closer. There's other small shapes in this character that I should be focusing on, and I'm not. Wanna see monkey? Here's the monkey. There's the monkey. This was basically I was explaining to Kit the difference between erasing a line and redoing a line, right? And then this monkey got out of the jungle and he got a sports car and he has fuzzy dice and he's very cool. And then this is, I really want to make this into a stamp or something. That's just like a really good cattail shape that I made. Okay. Problem is I keep seeing all of these shapes down here that are not going to make a difference, but I don't like the way they look. And I go right into shape carving mode. It takes an added level of grit with regards to being honest with stuff, having trouble and holding you back. Stamp would be cool. I drew a cool monkey today. How's it going, Antonio? Hey. I think I fixed the Street Fighter stuff. I'm not 100% sure, but I think I did. We'll see in a second here. I just want to see if I can finish the line art and then we'll do that. Thanks. I'm glad it looks nice. Sprung, this will sound like flattery, but I mean this, I mean it. This line art is what I strive in my line art. Really? Thank you. This is still like a long way to go for me because there's some artists that'll just like, damn. They'll do, which is not to like detract. I think I appreciate the compliment. What I'm doing is less line art right now. It's more shape carving. Which is, I'm trying to get these clean, nice shapes. With smooth edges and roundness, right? So I'm not worried about the line too much. I'm thinking of this more like a painter than like a draftsman. Right? A lot of this is coming down to, okay, where do I need more or less value in the shadows to explain this form? So not that I don't take that as a compliment, but if you want to do stuff like this, stop thinking about it as lines, right? Hey, how's it going, Antonio? Everyone's doing well. I'm glad you like the pensive bread. That's my favorite emote. How did it go with your cousin, by the way? Carving lines and being aware of shapes is part of line art for sure. Yeah, if that's the case, then that's good. I used to always like think about line art as like basically lines, right? And so the inking process, and I'd see people, because there's a lot of artists that I look up to that have really fucking clean, what's it called? They have really clean, like, no, like they have lines that are just like this, right? Oopsies. They're just like no variance at all, right? And they'll draw things that are just really cool. I don't even know what I'm doing with that. It's way too big of a line to make any sense of anything. Finally cooling down. That's nice. To cool down for me. Yeah. So here I'm definitely thinking of this more as like a painter than I am as a draftsman. Because I'm thinking of what shapes would be interesting. Thinking about what would I like to see if I zoomed in on someone's art and saw some cool shit. Probably want to see some thought put into how this mane is encroaching on the head. Right? I can do that by making this line maybe thinner, have this shape come here, and come out, and follow that down a little bit, just enough to show that there is some encroachment going on. I don't want to do too many of those because that's gonna get in the way. I tried to brush away fuzz like it's this paper. I hope you're chugging enough water then. Like a sculptor? Yeah, it is exactly like a sculptor, right? Think of... Oh, Jesus. Like, this is why modeling, sculpture, line art, all this stuff, they're all the same. Because all you're doing is having a different way to represent form. You're using a different tool to represent shapes, right? With sculptors, you have literal mass that you add and you take apart. With this, I can add and take away mass by changing the thickness of line. Oopsies, I want to do this. But I think your lines are very expressive, by the way, Black Tea. I don't say it enough, but I always love how expressive your lines are. Whenever I see them, they look really nice. It's always a treat. I like looking at them a lot. And I'm like, man, how could someone whose lines look like this, whose form and gesture and dynamics, possibly learn anything from me? I'm like, damn, it's good as hell. Perfect line is not necessarily where you can tweak the line later. Exactly. So it's less about creating the perfect stroke with your pen. Yeah, for digital, that's more or less how it is, right? With ink, it's a little bit harder to do that. You're kind of doing that from the beginning. So you're doing a lot less. I'd also be much less closer if I was drawing ink on the page. And I'd be a lot more hesitant with the lines I make to begin with, right? You could maybe say, oh, just draw it in pencil first. But that still doesn't really... all of your decision making happens when you're laying down the ink. It's for me putting a lot of importance on this main shape because it's part of the character. I think it's a very big part of this character, and I enjoy getting lost in this kind of push and pull of these shapes. So I'm wasting a lot of time, and I'm kind of going against the thing that I'm trying to improve, which is trying to get faster. But I'm enjoying what I'm doing, so I think I want to prioritize that first because I want to have a good day, right? I want to have a good day. And for me right now, that means I'm going to be nice with myself. I don't have any pressing like time lapses or anything. Love the digital propaganda. It's actually wild hearing that from Yusprung. Don't boost my ego like that. It is. It's very good. I need to post the fan art you did of Maho again because I don't think Kit's seen it. It's very nice. I do. I have a folder, by the way, on my computer, everybody, and it just says fan art. See, I'm going way too... The fact that my line pressure, if I had a graph to show my line pressure, it'd be basically 0. Because I'm actively trying to cheat and get thinner lines when I've given myself a brush that is this big so I don't do thinner lines. I think what's fucking me over is that I know at any point in time I can stop and do this faster. And so I'm like, I'll just take it easy and do the thing that I want to do. Do I want this to go here? No, I want this to go in front. Fan art folder showcase when. I mean, it's literally just yours. You're the only one that's drawn fan art so far. Okay, I have a video you might like. It's an artist critiquing art his community submitted, and he gives some very good tips and talks briefly about the line carving there. Yeah, line carving is great. I think it's a lot of fun. Especially if you're someone who can see shapes better. So here's the big kicker. I still haven't decided yet on whether or not I want to blend the line art into the colors yet. So for me, all of this could actually be pointless, right? Because then I'm going to blend it in later. But I guess if people enjoy watching it, I think it's not pointless. I think it's very pointful. My Maha Doodle is the first fan art you received? Yeah, exactly. You mentioned not spending too much time when you do the pawn thing. What's the difference between that and overcommitting to a specific area? I think you commit more when you try to draw the perfect line, honestly. So let's go back a bit. I mentioned spending too much time when you did the pawn thing, right? I don't want to spend too much time drawing the details of something that's going to be small, right? So it's kind of like this difference in kind. You'll notice that for the flowers, right, on the ground here, they're just like simple shapes. They're just colors and brush strokes, right? The important part of this like entire thing can be nailed down to this one character, right? That's, I don't know what I did there, but the important, this character is the most important thing, right? The flowers are not. Don't overcommit on the stuff that's not important, right? Even on this character, I'd say probably the most important thing is the head, right? And I think that's the most important thing on any character is the head. So investing your time in that, I wouldn't say it's like the most worth it, because if you're just focusing all your time on the head and you get to the like you're on a time limit and you've just got the head, you don't have a character, right? You need to get down the roughs first, big shapes, small shapes, right? Remember when I was drawing the pawn? Yeah, a hierarchy a little bit. But the most important thing is to have the shape for the character first, right? There's no reason spending 10 hours drawing the head when you haven't even gotten the shape of the body yet, right? At this point, I know 100% that I'm going to use this head. I'm 100% going to use this whatever, right? I just don't know if these are the like, if I'm going to blend the forms into the paint that I'm going to do, right? But I do know that this is 100% all of the shapes that I'm going to be using. All I'm doing is refining the shape details. So I probably don't need to come in here and work on the ring for the bag that I was trying to clean up. I want to though, because I really like doing that. I probably will, because it's part of like what makes my art, is that I put a lot of effort into these details and stuff. And it means that I'm slower, right? But hopefully it also means I can charge more. If that's your goal, right? On the other hand, it's something I find enjoyable to do. And in a position of like a streamer or doing Twitch, stuff that I find enjoyable to do is oftentimes enjoyable for the audience to watch, right? Because people have a really good bullshit detector, right? People can lie to them, but that's a different thing. That's language, right? When it comes to like body language, to like tone of voice, to all this stuff, right? If you are not enjoying the thing that you're doing and you're pretending that you are, people are really good at detecting that. And then this is why acting is so hard, right? It's so hard to act and people don't give it enough credit sometimes. They're like, oh, just act like you did, right? It's doing the thing in a way that they tell you to is not the hard part. Making it believable is the hard part, right? So acting is very hard. And I love doing acting. I love voice acting. Voice acting is even harder than regular acting because I have to convince you everything I did was real and believable, and I just have my voice. That's all I got. When my character's father dies, I need to make you believe that I am actually distraught. I am lost. My life is over in a way that I never thought would be. And I have to do that with like 3 words. Father, no, or whatever. And maybe like a scream or something afterwards, right? Because that's what's in the text. You gotta act like that thing is going to end your life for real. There is no room for, oh, I'll just fudge it, right? People have amazing bullshit detectors. And it's not that you can't fake them out. You can fake people out. But you can lie to people, you can definitely act, right? But it is just infinitely easier to just be honest, right? Be honest and do what you love, right? Do what people love, right? I don't know, for me, it's really easy because I enjoy making people happy. So if something makes someone happy, it will 9 times out of 10 also make me happy. So it's pretty good, easy for me to like fall into this, like, this is what I enjoy, even if it's not something I would do by myself. because a lot of the joy comes from seeing people really enjoy the fact that I'm doing it. It's a little bit of a catch-22 there. So that means most politicians are just dumb? Kind of, right? They're very easy to, they believe what they say a lot of times. But also, if you say anything, again, with conviction and belief, other people will believe you. Because your bullshit detector is not going off on yourself, and so other people can't notice the bullshit, right? So to be a politician, you just kind of have to believe what you say and just say the wildest things sometimes. I think, anyway, I think. That's why there's a lot of politicians that become a lot of actors that become politicians. You got Arnold Schwarzenegger, Ronald Reagan was one also. So it's you gotta be careful with that. The people who can convince you of stuff are not always necessarily the best actors, which is how manipulation occurs. Hooray! That's why I try to tell the truth as much as possible, right? Because I know that people will be able to tell when I'm not. Alright, what else we gotta do some carving here? Acting is the best space for politics. No, not necessarily, right? Because again, you still have to know how to make policy, right? There's still a lot you have to learn and do that is like separate. And also, being a politician is not about like lying to people, right? I think that's what people mess up a lot. It's just that acting is the base for cults, right? For manipulators, for being a demagogue or whatever, right? That or just be dumb enough that you believe your own lie, right? I don't know if I like the shape. It's a little bit better. Sprung, we were almost there. You're throwing. I'm acting? What do you mean I'm throwing? Oh. Do I have time lapse turned on? No, I don't. I think people often underestimate how good autistic people can be at acting also. Because for them, a lot of times, a lot of their life and death kind of is determined by how well they can act in social situations that they don't necessarily, it doesn't come naturally to them. So. But that's kind of a learned behavior on top of that, so I don't know necessarily. It's less like autistic people would be better at acting. It's more just like we have a system in the United States that forces them to act or die. Say the playlist. What playlist? Oh, the playlist for the music? No, here I can put it. Dum, 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 dum. Here, I'll send it here in the chat so that everyone has it. So this is the playlist we have going. When I say Rush safe, it's just because these are the ones that won't get copyright struck on Twitch. Yeah, no problem. Glad to have people listening to my friends. He's not getting as many listeners as he first started. So now he's getting like regular jobs. But he's also less interested in being like a public figure. So he could get so far being a streamer, just 100% just doing music and just like, or games or whatever. But I don't think he wants to do that. He doesn't like that kind of stuff, so. No, the entire playlist. All of this is by Rush, right? Know how your voice sounds like without Rush in the background. What? Excuse me? How dare you? Also, kid, I thought I already told you that that Rush made all these. We'll see if we get him on the stream at some point. He doesn't super like that I do this voice. We grew up Xbox kids, you gotta remember that. I think he's supportive, but he also doesn't want to touch it with a 10-foot pole. You did. I just never got the link. Okay. It's not that serious. You gotta remember also, he is like very Christian and I do porn. He doesn't like see a problem with that because like his beliefs are not based on like someone's actions. It's like, are you a good person? Cool, you're alright by me. That's pretty much it, right? Which I feel like a lot more religions should be like that, but it's not. Hey Herbie, how's it going? Long time no see. How have you been? When someone dislikes the sprungy voice, sad face. It's not even like the dislike, it's just like such a cultural jar thing that they don't really want to think about it. Because imagine like, you know your friend for like your entire life, because we've known each other for like, shit, 15 years almost? Like 12, yeah, no, 15 years almost. Almost 15 years, I think, in at least next year. I think the only sect that has issues with it are JWs. Maybe, that's also like a rough word to use because everyone tries to do that word. Social justice warriors, I think? Does he say that? Oh, JWs. Jesus warriors? I don't know. I don't know. I don't want to get involved in any of that shiz. I make porn and I do some drawings and that's all I do. Maybe I bake some bread for my dog. It is a good life. I don't eat much, but it's simple. Oh, Jehovah's Witnesses. Okay. Yeah. I have a lot of porn. It's usually on my Discord. I can't stream it on Twitch, right? Man, if Twitch would allow porn, there'd be titties everywhere. Not necessarily on my stream, right? I draw titties too, but all over Twitch there'd be titties. Oopsies. It's the same one. It's just Sprung X everywhere I do porn. And I'm like, I've decided I want it to be the main one. Because I don't... It's too much work for me to separate the two. There is no separation between church and state with me. It's all porn, all the way down. Or not porn, depending on what I feel like. Do videos? No, I don't do any physical videos. I might later if I get like super ripped. Like, but right now I got a bit of a gut. I'm working on lowering it. I'm down from 250 to like 227. So we're lowering. We're getting down. We are dropping in the weight category. That's just like a personal me thing. I feel like whatever weight you're happy with, whatever body type you have that you're content with, that's what you should go for. But I want to look like a superhero. It is. The 250 was earlier, like at the beginning of the year, I think. And we got to 230 shortly after moving in. And I've been around 230, 227. Actually, how to put... There's already sprungy porn. What do you mean? And I do need to finish the blowjob and the tentacle loop. 1 second. I'm going to go measure my weight. Give me a second. Oh, you stay. Entertain them. Stay. Never mind. Just check my weight. I'm at 229. Kit was just asking me about all my audio porn is on Reddit. Do you guys not even, is there any point in me adding the link tree? No one clicks on it. I need to be more active. I sit all day, study, sit all day to draw, then sit all day to watch my... To get one of those, what's it called? One of those stepmasters, right? Do Peloton, but instead of watching movies, you're just watching me. Alright, cool. I don't know if I want to add thicker lines for the head. We'll do it a little bit. I want to add a little bit more line weight here and there. Speaking of Herbie, I don't know how long you're going to be in the chat. You said you wanted to talk about the avatar, like the 2B model that I have. Because I don't have, so like I explained before, I guess I could like show my OBS to explain how this works. How do I add OBS as a thing to capture? I think I just do display capture. Ooh, jeez. It's so big. That's what she said. We can just do fit to screen. Fit to screen. There we go. Perfect. Cool. So, wow, it's covering up my face. Because it's above my thing. I'll just lower my avatar. It's above. Ta-da, I'm back. So, the way that this works, right, is you can see on the left here, I have a couple of ones, right? So, over on the left, this avatar, all this does is it has the spectralize. If we look at spectralize, it looks like it's just showing this, right? And if we go to the filters, if it'll let me, yeah, filters, You can't see the filters. You should be able to. You're not seeing the filters anymore because I'm not in the thing. I need to add a display capture to this, but to do that, it's not gonna. Fuck! Ah! Ah! I need a separate display capture to capture my display to put on OBS to Twitch. Okay, so that didn't help. I'm not gonna lie. I'm at a loss of how I might show you. Here, look at my character again. Oh, so this is the other one, right? This is the one that does not. I have another spectralized image. So basically, what I have is I have two like things on top of each other, and whenever I speak, the spectralize, which is something that basically shows up a block. Talking Herbie car. Yeah, okay, that's reasonable enough. So something, for example, like if I could do that. Okay. OBS doesn't, there you go. There you go, OBS, finally. Just to put on the side, you could have like a Herbie car, right? I remember watching the Herbie movies, but I haven't seen them in a while, so you'll have to forgive me if the shapes aren't exactly right. But you could have like a car like this, right? And then I think there was a big circle for the number. I forget the number, right? You got the two dash lines, I believe, for down the middle. Also not the best at drawing cars, but this is just like a loose sketch. Because the VW bugs were kind of like this shape-ish. Right? So probably something like this, and then we take that. Nope. And then so one avatar is this one, and then the GIF comes up and it blocks out. And then the second one is like, you take the hood and you just flip it open. Like this. So that wouldn't even be like a lot of the... That wouldn't even be a lot of the... What's it called? Because it'd just do this instead. Because you just have two images, right? You can have, I think this was the boot for a lot of Herbie cars. So you can have whatever you want down in there to be whatever. And so you just kind of flip this one and this one, right? How good are those OBS captions? They're not bad. What does it say? 53, 53. Okay, cool. 53. Which I will be on Saturday? Have a headset inside or a controller inside? Yeah, you could definitely put something like that, right? So you could do headsets, right? Maybe like a game controller. I love the Herbie movies when I was a kid. They were always really funny. I remember watching the reboot first, right? I'm surprised they never took it any further, but I guess there's not much like public will for those kinds of movies. The older ones were insane too. Like the new one had like, there was a little bit of like CGI, I guess, or stuff, but the old ones, the practical effects for them were crazy. Like I cannot believe that they did some of that shit. So yeah, you could just like lift this up instead. So whenever you see my character light up, think of it as just we're replacing this image over here with this image, right? And it just kind of masks it out. I was just having a problem with wheels earlier. I don't really know how I would explain the process of doing it to you for like the OBS. But you could just plug this into whatever your favorite PNG tuber software is, right? And they do the same thing. The new one with Lindsay Lohan sucked. Only thing I wish I could get from her movie was that she said, "Go Herbie, go." I want the WAV file, but I can't find it anywhere. Just pirate the movie and then use Premiere Pro or Vegas or whatever video editing software you have and just rip it. You might have some background noise though, so I don't know necessarily how that works. That's what I do all the time for a lot of my audio porn, is I'll just like, can't find a MP4 that I like, just download the YouTube video. Bam. Which in case of legal copyright and like the purposes legally, I don't do that actually. That's not a thing that I actually do. Yeah, we can do something like that. Have any software, I'm still learning all this stuff. I'm a noob, done all my streaming myself. Yeah, exactly. So the way it works, I don't know if, let me check out my OBS again. I don't remember necessarily how Spectralize works. I think it's a plugin that you can get. So, but once you have it like this, so what I've done is I have on my sources, I have a PNG with Spectralize on top of it. And what that does is it becomes a mask, right? You have a whole bunch of filters that change it to crop pad, scaling aspect ratio, just all that stuff. And then you can use it as a mask somehow. It's a color correction, right? So the color correction applies to the whole thing, and when it shows up blue, it makes it invisible, right? And then for the next one, all I do is I have that, the one on top. So this GIF that I have of me talking is always running underneath the darked out one. And just whenever Spectralize hits, it uses it as a mask and removes itself, and it shows this one. And then from there, I just import the avatar tuber into whatever scene I'm trying to do. Doesn't want people to know you can download videos. You technically can't, unless you have YouTube Premium. But you can, as long as you're willing to not be moral about it, I guess. I don't know. Oh, this keeps popping out. I wonder why. Yeah, if you seem, I popped in and looked at one of your streams. It looks like you've got at least the basics of everything going down. You're probably about as good as me. If I'm gonna be real with you at streaming. I'm not nothing special. I just put the one thing on and we're good. Ta-da! Yeah, that's good. The Mad Angry's costume. That's such a stereotype. You could do better than that. I believe in you. You're more than the stereotype. It is, I will say, separate to that, Angry is funny because Loud is funny. So, you know, that's all I'm going to say on that. Loud is funny. Early on, especially when I would get new followers and I'd get super super scared, people loved that shit because Loud is funny and it would be loud and I would be scared. Comedy. Alright, let's come down here and refine some of this shapes. But yeah, if you want to join the ex-military, definitely Loud. My friends call me mental. Peter Pan of Scotsman. For sure. And I try to do Scottish accents because I like them. They're a lot of fun because the language is so rotary. It's a little tweaks about it, and so it's something I'm trying to learn, but I'm not 100%, and I get tripped up here and there, but I'm doing my best. like, I had a voice instructor for a bit that taught me a little bit of this stuff, but I'm not great. And when I don't want to do it in like a voice acting thing because I don't want to insult people yet. But it'd be nice to get like some work with it and get like a seal of approval or whatever. Why'd you fall off your seat? Not keeping well of late, but on the mend. Yeah, I'm glad you're feeling better. That's terribly important. I think we lost Kit. Perhaps. I'm guessing that we've lost Kit. I don't know for sure. Ugh, I need to drink water. Oh, my tooth. Fuck. Terrible and terrific thing drives me insane. Terrible? Terrific? Maybe I do want to add this back in. Yeah, that's better. How they're opposite? By just like, what, a couple letters? Oh, because they're the same root word. I get what you're saying now. There's a lot of English stuff that's like that. It's basically just like, oh, you didn't know? Sucks to suck. Typical English experience. That's fine. I feel like it's the same as like anything else. As long as you're focusing on what you need at the moment, you're going to learn a lot more than trying to learn everything at once. But definitely conversation with like English speakers is what's going to really to boost your knowledge the most, just because so much of it is just kind of a skill check. Like it's just a knowledge check of what you do or don't know. I also thought the biggest part of my life, the terrific head connotations, the dreaming Spanish thing. What dreaming Spanish thing? It's a Spanish program that lets you learn Spanish by just listening to content. I'm very skeptical. I'm sure it's kind of like weight loss programs that are like, oh, you can lose weight by eating whatever you want. And then you look at the thing and it's just like, but there's diet and exercises included. And it's like, of course it's diet and exercises included. That's the stuff that makes you lose weight. So they're like, oh, you can learn Spanish by just listening to content and practicing with instructors. It's like, yeah, no shit. That's how you learn Spanish. Hey, welcome back. How baby does just from pure exposure. I don't think there's any way you're going to be able to learn the language like that. I think that you can definitely like understand the language like that. But you kind of just more like, oh, I've heard this phrase before. I'm going to remember it. Right? It kind of comes up so much, the repetition gets stuck in your head. I don't know, because the thing is, they're probably not claiming that it teaches you the language, right? But I mean, Duolingo also did that shit and it doesn't work either, so... Hey, Zuchi! Long time no see! How's it going? We're doing some art fight stuff. This is Bumbo. This is Black Tea stuff. I definitely feel like the Spanish thing. There's gotta be some catch somewhere. I know that there's another one that, like, people retain more information when they listen to something when they sleep. But that's also paired with, like, I did the studying during the day, and then at night, I also played the thing, and it just kind of stuck in your brain better. I think Suchi hasn't been here since I fixed the lag. But I don't remember. See, I see. I mean, sleeping in general helps with retention. It's true, yeah. But there's a lot of people that'll be like, oh, I just sleep and it fixes all my problems. And it's like, yes, sleep will fix a lot of problems if you're not sleeping. But it's not the cure-all, right? You need to actually do something. Huh? I need to go just now, feeling kind of crappy, but it was nice chatting with you too. I hope you feel a little bit better. I know that sometimes it can be really hard for any reason, right? Living in the world, but hopefully I'll see you again some other time soon. And we'll talk about the herpes stuff if you want to message me on Discord or on here. Have a good one. Hard filled boss and getting thrashed, you just need to sleep it off and then GG. Exactly. I think it'd work wonders if your formal Spanish learning book. Exactly, exactly. Alright, when do we want to do gambling? Because it's getting close to 4, and I should do that too, to see if that works. But yeah, it's been a while, Spring. I've been doing okay. We finally got partnership or affiliate or whatever, so that means I can play ads, which means I can start making some money off of Twitch, maybe. We're doing art fight, so I'm trying to get better and faster at these kinds of things. I don't know how that's gonna go terribly well. I might do like, while I'm at my friend's place, I'll do a pen sketch of the person that I was supposed to revenge today because I haven't finished Bumble and I wanted to finish Bumble first. But we'll see. We'll see. How about yourself? I remember you guys finished the one level that you were gonna actually do. Now the boy is calling. Okay, we'll do it now. Hold on, I'll save. All right, we'll see. We can do it. This needs to stop being on top. So what we're gonna be looking for here, gambling. Yeah. So you guys can gamble, and then the only person that can pay out is me. So we can do stuff like having mods set up so you can set up the prediction. You just can't pay out if you gambled in it, right? Does that make sense? So you guys should be able to make predictions as well. Pray for me. Your life savings depends on this parley. If you guys want to, because while I'm setting it up, because it's a little bit more difficult for me to set up. What's it called? It's a little bit more difficult for me to set up predictions while I'm in game, right? But if you guys know how to get to there, it should be a little magical orb that's like right above batch reporting. And then I'm gonna set up the first one. I'm gonna start the prediction. I'm gonna give you guys 10 minutes to do the predictions. And then I'm gonna go ahead and start Street Fighter while this is all going on, just to get things set up. I think that I'm good as far as like, oh, there we go. That's our music. I've done enough gambling with Final Fantasy MT Magic Gathering Box. But you don't understand, Zuchi. If you go to the channel points section, you'll notice that there is a what's it called? A community goal. It's called Maho Desire Steak. And if you guys as a community can get to 1 million points, channel points, I'll cook and make Maho a steak. Just a sirloin because there's too much fat in the other ones, right? And the only way a community this small is going to get to 1 million points is through lots of gambling. Let's go, gambling, baby! Woo! Ah, dang it. Right now we are at 0%. So far, people have added 6,000, right, to the fundings. So 0% is we haven't gotten to 1% yet. A bit of a hiatus on the project for about a month, so doing key arts and assets. Yeah. You can, if you want to join the Discord, you're more than welcome to just like post that stuff there. Makes it easy for everyone to see at the same time and doesn't get lost in Twitch chat. I think, is that Herbie joining? Oh my god. The walrus lizard. I love that. It's on the right. It's 4 hours long, but you can still ration it. Is there quotes? God forbid a little guy catch a vibe. There's no time. Aww, look at the little Robbie. It's so cute. I love it so much. What happened to the stream code? I make porn and I do some drawings and that's all I do. Alright, fine. never seen Grease, but from this scene, I'm 90% sure Danny Zuko gets pegged. Oh, I'm getting distracted. I am a Blanca main because Blanca is the best. I am bronze. So this one's not going to count. Okay, this one is just going to be like practice, not practice, but kind of just to see if this works. And then we'll do the next one for real. Okay, so we'll do one that doesn't count, all right, and then the one after that counts, so that people have an idea of how good I can play and stuff like that. Unless you guys, hey Antonio, we're doing gambling. Yeah, so I'm gonna, do we want this one to count or do we want the next one to count? Because I want people to make like informed decisions, right? Count it. Okay, we're counting it. All right, we're counting it. I'm gonna go into the training section. This one counts. Always gotta go with the Blanca. I'd pick Ryuji usually for the bots. Oh! Wop wop. It's paused while it's entering the game. I need to get better at my, I can hold back and do this. Okay, cool. What is my footsie looking like? I think my medium punch is gonna be my main anti-footsie. New challenger? There it is. Okay, cool. Okay, so this is Amaya. I'm a Chevalier. You'll get the next one. You came in late. That's not my fault. So a set consists of all three. So I have to win all three of them. So we'll see how this goes. See how she deals with the down. Oh, she saw that coming. Didn't see that one coming. Okay. Haha. Ow, they got me. Ow, 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 ow. You can't. Oh, that was a grab. Alright. I should have DI countered that. But it doesn't matter. The faith I have on Sprung winning is inspiring. Okay. She did that again? Alright. I figured she might have forgotten. Okay. She's turtling up a little bit. Ba-ba. No one ever expects it. Oh, okay. I can touch you from there. You can't touch me from there. Ah! I didn't get the follow through on that. Oh, that went down. Okay, cool. Let's go. First round goes to me. I can't. I'm buying Street Fighter. You're buying Street Fighter 6. He's gonna bully me for it. I can't look at the chat as much. Let's see if I can get them to bait something. Oh, they crouched. Okay, cool. Oops, they got me on that one. You can't get me with that. You can get me with that though. Let's go! Let's fucking go! Ah! Alright, let's see if I've gotten them good. Oh. Alright, let's do a medium. Alright. You've been downloaded. You can't get me anymore. 100% downloaded. Okay, they've got me a little bit. They've got me a little bit. Hit him with something else. Oh, they got me. That was a real bad recovery on my part. Oh, they got me with the critical arts. I'm dead. And that's on me. I should have done for like a crouch jump or something. Samurai, no! Lock the freaking samurai. And we got them in the grab. Oh, that was bad. Get out of here with that shit. Oops, I thought they were gonna keep going. Always standing up too early. No super arts, we don't need it. Let's go. That is the set. I won 2 in a row. Give him a kudos. I can't train against the opponent character because I don't own the opponent character apparently. Easy mode. So let's go ahead and pay out the subscription. Can I do that? Here you go. Pay out, yes. How do I do that? Manage rewards. Oh, it opens up my dashboard. Okay, cool. So it is going to do that every time. How is everything? Does anything need to be moved? Is Maho in the right place? Is the music in the right place? Is that good? Everyone is up. Everyone is up. Choose outcome. Yes, I won the next set. Complete prediction. Yes. How much did you guys actually gain off of that? Two others. You just got your 201 back? What do you mean your 201 back? What? I don't know how much you guys bet and how much you made 100. Okay. Because I think it's like more discrepancies. How was the view? Was was it good to see? Was there any lag? How is it going? Is there something I need to be changed? You got the same amount of points you put in, you put back. You put down 2,000 and you got back 2,000? No lag this time. Nice, nice. Okay, details. Huh, I wonder why. It definitely works. I think the problem is no one's voting no. So when you guys are like all on the same thing, no one gains or loses channel points, I think? I don't know exactly how gambling works. It sounds like Kit made 100, right? So I think that's something that happens. I just don't know how I can do that. Is it real life odds? That'll be interesting. Okay, let's start another prediction and see how it goes. Submission period is 5 minutes. Like 50 plus 50 odds. That's fair. Maybe don't have enough people to do it as well. I think it's still fun. Let's do another one and see how it goes. Right? So we're starting the gambling now. Some lag, but it was okay. Okay, cool. Because there's no lag on my screen. My mark says it's my average stream bitrate is too high or whatever, right? So the prediction has started. Okay, well, we'll keep going. Deep Ice Street Fighter. We'll do another set. Yeah, we'll do another set because I might get to silver if I keep winning like this. Can't be doing that. I got that river run. Okay. Oh fuck, it's Dhalsim. Oh, Dhalsim's eyes are so good. Like that. Why can I only vote with 0 points? How many points do you have? Oh shit. Ooh, they got me good. Oh, you are out, dude. You're done. You ain't got nothing. You can't defend against me. There's no reason for me to stop blocking. Into the wall, you're dead. Shouldn't have burnt out. Sorry. Oh, as oops. Wow, he got me on that, huh? Oh, I shouldn't have done that. Keep pushing into that. You can't DI against me anymore. What are you doing? Oh, what a grab. What a grab. What? Oh, he did the drill. Shit. Shit. You should still have time to put in. There's this. Ah, I should have done DI. Oh, he beat me. Because I was trying to counter his. I tried to predict his, and he got me instead. You're out of here, bud. We were right, it's a loss. What do you mean? The super? Can't you check the pen icon and set the amounts? Where's the super? Never mind. Oh. Oops. Ow. Ah! He got me. Get the hell out of here with that. He's using so much DI. He's gonna get caught. That's what happened. He got caught. He kept doing the same thing over and over again. He got caught. Eeks. Ah! That one's rough. That one's rough. I gotta get out of here. I gotta get out of this corner. Okay, he's got me in the corner. He's got me in the corner real bad. Yikes. Okay. Here comes the DI. Oh, that's not good. I think I might be dead here. I don't think that kills. That doesn't kill. Fuck. Fuck. That's sprung in the corner. That's me losing my religion. I keep getting that I should DI. Oh, his went first because I was trying to predict it. Ah! Alright, shut the fuck up. Oh, what a grab. What? That was my DI input. Hold on, that one, I hit DI, I swear to God on that one. Oh, fuck, I thought I jumped over that. I don't like the CI input thing, but it's working for him, so he's not going to stop doing it. Until I can punish him for doing it, he's not going to stop doing it. What? Right? Oh, fuck me. I won. I had the critical art, and he was a fool. That's me. That's me. I won the match. I won the set. Let's go. Oh wait, there's still more to go. Fuck. Wait, there's still more. Not gonna work anymore. Ow! What the fuck was that bullshit grab? He didn't know I was gonna end up there. But in the hate, but in the hate. We hate to see it. I voted for no. That is the set. I can no longer do another rematch for him. So, I win. Let's fucking go! Sprung continues his climb up bronze. Easy mode, easy. Alright, let's pay out. Okay, so choose outcome, yes. Yes. Okay, so that means that 401 points. Kit, you should have gotten 1,091 points, right? Is that what you got? Sad day for the doubters. You got double? Wait, how much did you get? Oh, you got 1,091 points. Oh. You don't know how to gamble anymore? It should be right there in the predictions. Got nothing. Of course you didn't get nothing. You lost. 401 points. Beautiful odds. I don't know how to do that because you should just be able to see in the top, like a prediction has been started. Here's what you can do to it, right? I definitely need to be a little bit more patient in my game. I'm seeing a lot of like, whatever. I'm gonna give him a kudos because that was a fun match. But I'm out of ranked matches for now. Cool, cool, cool. So at least we know the game isn't laggy anymore. People can actually see. Not even some points for participation. No, not even some points for participation. Sorry. It is gambling. It's not like being good. There's a little bit of lag I can see, but as long as people say it's tolerable, I think that should be fine. Because it's... I don't know. I'm glad to see the bread emote is being used. The pensive breads. Alright. Let's get back to drawing. We gotta finish stuff. Never bet against Sprungy. Exactly. Tomorrow's the gambling stream. Today is not the gambling stream. Okay, so it looks like gambling is not as surefire way to multiply points as I thought it was. I think you guys are still just gonna have to invite a lot of people who want to watch, get channel points, and then do stuff. I like how one of Blanca's quotes is literally, "I'm too smart," as he like gets to like a reversal and stuff. So, definitely feels like me. Alright, let's move this stuff around. Ooh, y'all gambling might be bad. I just read that. Down to 100,000k. No, absolutely not. I will not be nerfing jack shit because this is going to be an ongoing thing, right? This is my promise to you that I believe that we're going to get to a point where we have a community that can make this happen, right? Every 30 days when this time's out, I'm just going to set it again for the maximum of time, set it for 1,000,000 points, right? Maybe I'll do, here's what I'll do, right? I'll subtract, what's it called? I will subtract, yeah, after 30 days it resets, but I'll subtract what you guys have submitted from 1,000,000, right? So at the moment we have 6,000. I will, when it runs out, whatever it's at, I'll subtract that number from that. I don't know if it gives you guys back the points. If it fails to hit, I don't know if you guys get your points back. If you do get your points back, I won't reset it. If you don't get your points back, I'll subtract, right? Contacts to invite never hit me harder. Does art fights so that they can tell people the good word about Sprungy streams. back to some nice, relaxing, not adrenaline-inducing fighting games because my heart is pounding a million. Oh my Jesus fucking Christ! All right, second. Let me see. Let me see.
as if